Or do you want to do it?
Betty and I have a few comments to make at the beginning, and then we will hand it over to you, Dr. Donovio.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to this third day of the Spaceflight for Everybody Symposium. I am so pleased that this symposium, I think, has been going as well as it has, and I want to welcome the participants and the presenters for the third day. Ricky, can you show my slides, please? Thank you. And the next one. We've talked about during the meeting that there were many people involved in planning of it. And today I wanted to thank the steering committee. This is a list of the names of all the people that helped us plan the symposium. And as you know, my name, Betty Siegel, John Allen, David Bauman, Serena Anon, Shannon Moynihan, Terry Bradshaw, Rebecca Reed, Steve Platts, Lisa Simonson, Steve Davison, Victor Schneider, Mary Van Balen, Jessica Kuhn, Dorit Donovel, Jennifer Fogerty, and Lisa Carnell, and I thank all of them for their input. We're looking forward to a really packed day today, again, of presentations and panel discussions, and I'm going to show the next slide just to give you a few directions. So for the presenters, if you're not speaking, please mute your mics and turn off your camera. Mics and cameras not available to the audience. Questions and answers. For those in the audience who have a question, please type it into the Q&A box. The questions will be monitored and asked verbally of the speakers as well as time permits. If your question is for a particular speaker, please note that when you type the question in. And now I'm going to turn it over to the other co-host, Dr. John Allen. Thank you. And I forgot, I am Betty Siegel. I am a program executive within what was the Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate, which is now the Space Operations Mission Directorate and Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. And now I will turn it over to John Allen, who will introduce himself and give more direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siegel. And again, I'd like to welcome all of you here. Again, I'm John Allen. I'm the Program Executive for Crew Health and Safety and the Human Research Program in the Space Operations Mission Directorate at headquarters. And it's really been our pleasure to be hosting this symposium all week long for the past 3 days, or past 2 days, and now the third day. Dr. Siegel and I get a little bit of a pass today because we are actually going to very soon hand over that hosting opportunity, I should say, to our host for today, Dr. Dorit Donovio. Before we get to that, however, I did want to mention, first of all, to thank you all for your flexibility today. We apologize for the late start. The late start was due, we have been mentioning for the last couple of days programmatic and mission activities that have had an impact on our symposium in terms of who could speak and who could not, and when they might be here and when they might not. Those have mostly focused around Crew 2 and Crew 3, the return of Crew 2 and the planning for the launch of Crew 3. So that has made it a challenge for some of our speakers to participate. That directly impacted actually our first plenary speaker for today. We initially had approached astronaut Johnny Kim, one of the new, who you'll hear more about here in just a bit, but one of the new Artemis astronauts. He was very willing and enthusiastic a couple of months ago about being able to participate. And then operational issues came into play, and then he had to withdraw. So our colleagues at Johnson Space Center in the astronaut office approached Victor Glover as another Artemis astronaut to see if he might be able to speak. He too equally enthused about presenting, and the Crew 3 activities have really affected his schedule. So we apologize that they will not be here, at least not in person. But what we hope to do then is fill that gap with some information about them, and actually some presentations, brief presentations they have given that will give you an indication of their path to the astronaut corps, their hopes and desires for space exploration. Before we jump to that, though, I would like to mention that the last couple of days have really sort of painted this picture of looking back initially at where we started with our early activities back in 2010 to 2014, with section gender studies that resulted in publications and a workshop. And so we looked back retrospectively at that to see sort of where we've come from a biomedical standpoint. But we've looked over the last 2 days too, also where we've come programmatically and management wise and design wise, to how not only the astronaut corps has changed, but our entire agency has changed in terms of diversity and inclusion. And that diversity and inclusion message continues today, and Dr. Denovio will be the one who'll be leading those discussions. And so before we get to the actual program, I will go ahead and introduce her. I'm not going to, Dorit, I'm not going to make you do anything at this point in time, because we are going to do a little presentation with Johnny Kim and Victor Glover. But just to let you know that Dorit is, first of all, fantastic person to work with, brimming with enthusiasm. She asked me to say nice things about her. That's all I can say. She's the director for the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, otherwise known as TRISH. You've heard that mentioned during the last couple of days. She leads the NASA-funded innovation R&D program that finds, funds, and facilitates, can't say that very quickly, disruptive human health performance solutions for astronauts traveling in deep space. She's an associate professor in the Department of Pharmacology and Chemical Biology at the Center for Space Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, my alma mater. She holds a biochemistry doctorate from the University of Washington in Seattle, Washington. And, you know, when you go around and you look for bios on the web, you find some other interesting things. I did not know this, but she's also an avid collector of Star Trek memorabilia. So, you know, that's a plus up for you already, Dorit. What Dorit and I are planning to do here this morning is, as I said, we were not able to have Johnny Kim or Victor Glover in person, but we thought we'd share a little bit about each of them to give you an idea of their paths. But also, we have some fairly short, just around 2.5 to 3 minute video clips that they have done that talk about that pathway as well from their own mouths. So I'm going to, Dorit, if you will, I'm just going to go ahead and start here with talking about Johnny. Dr. Johnny Kim was selected by NASA to join the 2017 astronaut candidate class. He reported for duty in August of 2017, and in April 2021, Kim was selected to serve as the International Space Station's increment lead for Expedition 65. He's a lieutenant in the Navy, and Lieutenant Kim is a U.S. Navy SEAL and has completed more than 100 combat operations and is the recipient of the Silver Star and Bronze Star with Combat V. Born and raised in Los Angeles, California, to Korean American immigrants, Lieutenant Kim enlisted in the Navy as a seaman recruit after graduating high school in 2002. He is way too young. After completion of Hospital Corpsman A school training, he reported to basic underwater demolition SEAL training in Coronado, California. After completing his training at Naval Special Warfare, Kim reported to John F. Kennedy Special Warfare Center and School in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, for the Special Operations Combat Medic course. He was assigned as a Special Warfare Operator to SEAL Team 3 Charlie Platoon in San Diego, California, and obtained various qualifications, including military free-fall parachutist, combatant diver, Naval Special Warfare Special Reconnaissance Scout and Sniper, and Advanced Special Operations Techniques. Kim served as a Special Operations Combat Medic, Sniper, Navigator, and Point Man, never a good position, on more than 100 combat operations, spanning 2 deployments to the Middle East, including Ramadi and Sadr City, Iraq. He was commissioned as a naval officer through the Navy's Enlisted to Officer Commissioning Program, which is called Seaman to Admiral 21, following graduation with a degree in mathematics from the University of San Diego in 2012. Kim obtained his medical degree from Harvard Medical School and completed his internship with Harvard-affiliated emergency medicine residency at Massachusetts General Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital. Once again, we have a brief video clip that Ricky is going to show for us now that gives you an idea of the personality of Johnny Kim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the newest NASA astronaut, Jonathan Kim.
You're a Navy SEAL with a degree from Harvard Medical School.
Dr. Jonathan Kim.
That's just ridiculous.
Exploration is written in our human DNA. When I realized that being an astronaut is really the opportunity to expand our understanding of the cosmos, to make our world a better place, all while inspiring the next generation of children.
You, Julian.
The same children that didn't have the confidence to dream like I did. That was when I realized that I absolutely wanted to be an astronaut. Like a lot of immigrant families, my parents moved to America with the hope of the American dream that their children can have a better opportunity in this world. I had a hard time growing up as a kid. I lacked a lot of things, but the biggest thing I lacked was confidence. I wake up every day and I think about the opportunities I've had. It's hard for me to believe that I'm that same person.
No, you just beam, right? You spend so much effort and hope, and then you try to give whatever the student needs to grow and get where they want to be. And then when you see that they get there, it's just thrilling.
It makes me immensely proud to be part of an organization to achieve such a monumental challenge like returning to the moon. And that's what really excites me when I think of Artemis. The lives that we're going to positively impact on this endeavor. It's hard to articulate all of those emotions, but it's wow. I am an astronaut, and I have this amazing opportunity to serve my country and humanity.
To me, he is service above self. I would trust my life to him, and I'm very proud to call him my friend.
If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more NASA content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe on our channel.
Dr. DeNovio, over to you.
Fantastic. Wow. I still get a little emotional when I see these videos. There's still the child in me that thinks about space and as this science fiction. I grew up, I was born in '64 and I grew up with Star Trek, and it's coming to be a reality now. So it's really kind of mind boggling. I want to say that I'm incredibly honored and to host today because we really can't take it for granted. I was at an event last week that made me realize that spaceflight for everybody, being an inclusive environment and a community, is not something that is taken for granted across the board. So events like this help us show the world that this is a priority. And I'm just thrilled. For me, the fact that Star Trek had such a diversity in the crew, they imagined this in the 60s, to me, that set the tone for where we are today. So I'm really thrilled to continue the work. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the next video, which will be Victor Glover. And I'm so disappointed he's not here because astronaut Victor Glover, I had the honor to interview him last week to complete the documentary series that we just finished. So Trish is putting on a space health research documentary, and we work together with the agency, and it's going to be amazing. We're releasing it next year, so sign up to our newsletter to find out when it's going to be released and where. But Victor was so forthcoming with what it was really like to be an astronaut living and working in space. He talked about his 4 spaceflight he talked about what it was like to just be a human living in that environment, and was incredibly detailed in his descriptions. So tune into our documentary. But with that, I want to do him justice, because Victor is just as much of a badass as Johnny is. I don't have a huge long list of things because my bio is fairly short for him. He holds a Bachelor of Science in General Engineering and 3 Masters of Science in Engineering. And he's incredibly adept, not just at being an engineer, he's a naval aviator. He's a commander in the Navy. He was a test pilot in the, okay, I have to read all these out, the FA-18 Hornet, the Super Hornet, which sounds amazing, the EA-18G Growler, that sounds kind of scary to me, 18G. And he was selected as an astronaut in 2013 while he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. So this guy really, it takes it serious to serve our nation. He most recently served as a pilot and second in command on the Crew 1, the SpaceX Crew Dragon, when they went to the ISS. He had 4 spacewalks during his long duration mission, and he was really, you know, as I said during his interview, just really talked about that experience. He's somebody I'm now really excited to have in my orbit. And with that, let's go ahead and kick off the video with Victor. Thank you.
My earliest idea of who I wanted to be growing up was my father. My father was a police officer, and so I wanted to be a police officer. And then I saw a shuttle launch on television, and I thought, I really want to drive one of those. And yes, I said drive because I didn't know any pilots or engineers even for that matter. I'm a public servant, and I have been for 22 years, since January of 1998. And so I ask myself, have I done all that I can for my country and for my family? I have fantasized about stepping on the moon. It's my dream. My dream is to work on the surface of the moon. And being able to launch humans from American soil is a very big part of that. I was sitting at my desk in the Russell Senate office building, and I got a phone call from a Houston phone number, and by the time I answered, I missed it. And so I called back, and after a lot of waiting and being transferred, I was transferred to Janet Kavandi, who was the chair of our board, and she asked me if I wanted to come to Houston and commence training. And I actually pinched myself several times walking back to my office. There is no way that this is a real thing. I'm gonna wake up and be so disappointed. When I woke up the next day, and I actually had an email from Janet saying it was not a dream. That was actually unreal.
He's a lieutenant commander in the United States Navy, where he flew F-18s. He came to us from Washington, D.C., where he was serving as the United States Navy Legislative Fellow in the United States Senate. Victor?
Being selected for this job, you can't help but to think of, I've got so many friends that I know could do this job well. And that feeling of, wow, why didn't they get it? And feeling like you're not really good enough cut out for the job. And I felt all of those things. Being a father, a husband, all of those things come with doubt. And I think you have to learn to get comfortable with the doubt. They call things moonshots when people accomplish something amazing. No matter how good a story you tell, people are captivated by real world accomplishment. It's our generation's opportunity to have our own literal moonshot, and then to continue inspiring future generations to reach for the moon.
They not only have the right stuff, they represent the full tapestry of American diversity. Their journey begins now, and the nation will be right beside them, reaching for the stars.
If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more NASA content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe on our channel.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I have to say, you guys are the diehards. It's the 3rd day after 3 long days. And so definitely you are the diehard sticking with us throughout this. It's going to be an amazing day. I do want to make one point. I have a good friend who leads a space exploration initiative at Arizona State University. And she always says, you know, we're a hero culture. And yes, Victor and Johnny are heroes. Our astronauts are heroes. They're definitely taking risks. But there's so many other everyday heroes that are in the background making all of these achievements possible. So I want to actually stop for a second and say that we need everybody. The spaceflight for everybody is not just about astronauts. It's about the thousands of people who make what we do possible. So all of you are heroes, and there's room for everybody across the board, not just engineers and scientists and physicians. We need journalists, we need business people, we need finance people, we need all kinds to make this happen. So I really want this to be an inclusive kind of message to everybody participating. So help us get the word out. And with that, I'm going to get off my soapbox, and I'm going to introduce somebody who I have utmost respect for, who will be moderating our first panel this morning, Opening Spaceflight for Everybody. Dr. Manish Arya graduated from Rice University with a PhD in bioengineering and biomedical engineering and did his postdoc. And he looked at, let's see, I'm not going to get into the details of that. Let's just forget the postdoc here, but you did a postdoc. And he worked for many years at KBR Wiley, doing the integrated science and engineering work there. And then more recently, he joined NASA as a civil servant, has been working in the past year as an analog mission coordinator. So I have the distinct honor to call him a friend and colleague. Manish, for those people who know him, is extremely quiet, but he's one of these people that works absolutely tirelessly behind the scenes, and he gets stuff done. You can always count on Dr. Arya to move things forward. So I'm absolutely thrilled to turn it over to him, and he will be introducing his panel. Unless you want me to do it, Manish, just let me know.
Nope,
Thank you.
I'll take care of it. Thank you very much, Dr. Donoval, for that kind introduction. I would certainly like to thank the organizers for this symposium, especially Dr. Allen and Dr. Siegel, without whom, of course, this would not be possible. Focusing on the theme of opening spaceflight for everybody, we have 4 speakers lined up for this morning. As Dr. Howard mentioned yesterday in his talk, we are very interested in sending up a variety of people into space, regardless of race, gender, disability, or other characteristics that make us all human. Human spaceflight is very much an international endeavor, and you will see that we have 2 Europeans on the panel this morning. And I will now take a little time to introduce our panel speakers, and then after that, we will begin the first talk. So first of all, Mr. Kenneth Bowersox is the Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate. He is a retired U.S. Naval aviator, much like the astronauts you just saw in Dr. Donoval's talk, with over 19 years of experience at NASA. Selected to the Astronaut Corps in 1987, he has flown 5 times on NASA's Space Shuttle, serving as pilot, commander, and mission specialist, and once on a Russian Soyuz, where he served as the flight engineer during descent. During his 5 orbital missions, Mr. Bowersox has logged over 211 days in space, including 5.5 months aboard the International Space Station, where he was the mission commander on the 6th expedition. He was also a crew member of the first 2 Hubble Space Telescope repair flights and 2 United States microgravity laboratory flights. Our next speaker is Dr. Guillaume Verts, who is a French medical doctor. He has been supporting European astronauts and spaceflight missions since the early 90s, both in the US and Russia. He also worked for a year at the Johnson Space Center in Houston when the ISS assembly started on orbit and became the first international partner's flight surgeon certified for the ISS. Back in Europe, he helped build up the European contribution to the ISS medical operations. After several management assignments within ESA, he has since 2016 been the head of space medicine at the European Astronaut Center. Finally, we will have Dr. Yorn Ritwigger. And after graduation in medicine, he was intrigued by physiology, where he spent his first years as postdoc to work on the brain stem. He then moved on to study muscle-bone interactions and vibration exercise. Today, his interest is musculoskeletal mechanophysiology and metabolism, and how this affects our health, with regards to space, immobilization, and training across the lifespan. He is currently head of the Department of Muscle and Bone Metabolism at the DLR Institute of Aerospace Medicine in Cologne, Germany. Having said that, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Bowersox, who will discuss diversity and inclusion in and beyond LEO.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And I just want to make sure that you can hear me. Great. At least our interpreter can hear me. That's good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion beyond low Earth orbit, and why it's important for all of us, and why it's important to me. I guess the first thing I would bring up is that as we explore beyond low Earth orbit, we're doing it for a reason. And that reason is to expand humanity out into the solar system. Well, if it's going to be humanity, it can't just be one small group of humanity. It has to be everybody. Another great reason is that it's just fair. Exploring space beyond LEO is a huge effort. We have to have the participation from all parts of our society. We'll work in partnerships with commercial entities, with international partners. We need to have as big a support group as we can get, and we need to allow the people that are part of that support group to participate. We need to keep it fair. We need to have equity in the way people are represented throughout the program. There's another reason why I think diversity and inclusion are incredibly important as we go beyond LEO, and I thought I would share a story from back when I was in the astronaut corps to kind of highlight that. You know, in the astronaut program, we use simulators to do a lot of our training. 30 years ago, I was a shuttle astronaut, and we spent a lot of time in the simulator doing ascent entry training. You know, the ascent's the launch part, entry is returning to Earth. Typically on a 7-person crew, 3 of the crew members would be what we'd call the flight deck crew, and they would be there for every one of those ascent and entry simulations. But the 4th member of the crew up on the flight deck was often a member of the 4-person payload crew. And we divided it that way on purpose, not to be mean or anything, but so that we could kind of divide and conquer. There was a lot of payload work that we wanted those people to be able to concentrate on, right? So they wouldn't spend as much time with us inside the simulator doing that ascent and entry training. One day, one of our payload team is there with us sitting in the Mission Specialist 1 seat, and doing their best to follow along during the training session. And the flight crew has pretty much gelled. We worked a lot together and we knew each other really well. And so as the sim goes along, the way it typically works is they try to overload you. The sim team tries to overload you. And the situation was just getting worse and worse and worse, right? As this case built up and we're trying to get the orbiter back home to Earth. So the payload crew member who was with us, you know, who's part of our flight deck team that day, wasn't as familiar with what was going on. And so they had a lot of questions. And they were, you know, injecting points that were sometimes in a different place or a different thing that the rest of the flight deck crew that had worked so much together, you know, wasn't really helpful, right? At the time. And as and about that time, the person goes, "Hey, what about that display up there? What's going on with the inertial measurement units?" Well, oh man, they just kept us from failing the sim. All of our eyes, the flight deck crew had been looking at different things that we were used to looking at. This person who wasn't familiar was looking all over the cockpit and spotted this thing that we hadn't spotted, and they saved us that day, right? And so I learned a lot from that experience. What I learned was that, number one, having somebody in the crew who is different is extremely powerful, and they can really help you. That day, that person was looking in a place where the rest of us weren't looking, and they found a problem that the rest of us didn't see. On the other hand, I also found that when you're getting those types of inputs, you're comfortable with the team you work with all the time, and people who maybe think like you, who've become more like you because you've worked together a lot. And you may not be open to that person who can provide the input that will save you. So now I'll find myself sitting in meetings, and I'll be listening to an input from someone that may be irritating me, and that's a warning flag to me. It tells me, hey, you probably need to really listen here. This person may be telling you something, and you need to figure out where they're coming from and why they're sharing that information. So that one little simulation was supposed to be teaching us where to push the buttons and how to make our crew work together, but it taught me an important lesson about diversity and inclusion too. We talked about the power of diversity and how we're going to need that to move on out away from low Earth orbit. We need our strongest teams, and our strongest teams will be diverse. But I've also mentioned that barrier, just how difficult it can be sometimes to work with people who are different than you or come from a different background. There are some other barriers we need to think about, socioeconomic barriers. You can see a lot of those barriers reflected in the selections we've made of astronauts over the years. If you look at the very first astronaut class, it was mostly white males in a fairly narrow height range, and that reflected the way people thought back then. But it also reflected another barrier, right? As time has gone on, we've not only brought in people from different groups in society into the astronaut office and brought them in to mission control and all of our different engineering and flight control efforts. But we have also had to think a lot about programmatics, right? That first group, the narrow height range didn't have anything to do with socioeconomic barriers. It was because it was easier to design the systems if you knew about how big the people riding in the systems would be. And so they were chosen in that very narrow size range. As we try to grow a more diverse group of individuals who will explore, we've had to make decisions over the years in just how wide we're going to open that range. And I've sat in many discussions where we've gone through just how big and just how little we can handle for future explorers. Sometimes, we've had to make hard calls and pretty severely limit who gets to do what in exploration. But we constantly are working to expand those boundaries. If you look at it, there's a lot of things we have done over the last 20 years to increase the size range for astronauts, right? And increasing the size range allows us to fly more types of people, different genders and different backgrounds. The first one I can think of is back with the Soyuz TMA-1. We had a couple astronauts sent back from Russia because one was too tall and one was too small to fit inside the Russian Soyuz. And the US spent a bunch of money to expand the range of astronauts who could fly inside the Soyuz so that we could get more of our astronauts flown. The commercial crew program, we looked really closely at the size limits there and tried to make sure we had a wide range so we could fit a lot of different people. And we're especially thinking about it now with our new suit program for the lunar exploration program, so that we'll be able to handle a much wider range of folks and include all of our women astronauts to make sure that we can get that first woman on the surface of the moon and that the suit is going to work great for them. But behind those programmatic concerns, the cost and schedule concerns are the safety concerns, right? We want to make sure that whenever people fly in space, that they're in a safe environment, the equipment will work for them, that it's not going to be overly damaging to their health. And I just am excited when I look at all the work that's going on in HRP and in our other different groups here at NASA and outside of NASA, over at Trish, to try and learn about the human body and expand access for everybody into space. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Manish, and he can tell you more about the concrete things that are going on in the Human Research Program to open space for everybody. Manish, you ready to take it?
I am ready. Ricky, would you please pull up my slides? There we go. Perfect. So as Mr. Bowersox just said, I'm going to talk to you today about diversity and inclusion and the Human Research Program. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Bowersox just said, NASA has long recognized diversity and inclusion as vital components of mission success. As we continue on the journey of space exploration and scientific endeavors, we need diverse people and perspectives more than ever before. NASA aims to foster an atmosphere of inclusion and respect for all to drive innovation, creativity, and engagement. NASA must attract, fully utilize, and retain the best talent to design creative and innovative technical and organizational solutions to achieve its mission. We want the best ideas from everyone, regardless of their background. Agency stakeholders, including the U.S. Congress, the commercial space industry, the American public, and ultimately all of humankind are critical to NASA's success. And you can see the diverse group of astronauts at the bottom of the screen there, but I also like to point out that we have a very diverse group of individuals who are working on the ground as well. Now, more than ever before, as we continue on to the Moon and Mars, we must focus on ensuring that NASA is committed to diversity and inclusion as we solve the enormous technical challenges ahead. Next slide, please. The Human Research Program was created in 2005 at the Johnson Space Center in Houston to investigate and mitigate risks to astronaut health and performance in support of exploration missions, and also provides countermeasures and technologies for human space exploration. The HRP has been committed to diversity and inclusion and has recently formalized its commitment through a diversity and inclusion initiative. This internal initiative is exploring how HRP can improve and expand on diversity and inclusion within internal, programmatic, and external avenues. The purpose is to foster inclusion and innovation within the program via transparent, collaborative, and adaptive culture and environment where all team members feel heard, respected, and valued. The goals of this initiative are to be a resource, an ally for HRP employees on the topics of diversity and inclusion, offer employees access to leadership and professional growth opportunities and unique training on diversity and inclusion topics, and finally, to establish relationships with institutes that reach past outreach, mentorships, tours, etc., and work towards implementing minority-serving institution-focused grants. And I'm now going to give you some concrete examples of how HRP has been promoting diversity and inclusion, especially with respect to its investigator base. Next slide, please. So in 2014, HRP introduced its Basic Investigations for New Investigators Award in the Omnibus Appendix. And the Omnibus Appendix is part of our HRP solicitations that are released on a regular schedule. The intent is to solicit novel research ideas that might not be directly aligned with HRP's identified risks from new investigators to HRP. It was renamed in 2020 to the New Investigator Award and requests proposals focusing on any aspect of human adaptation to spaceflight. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the list of defined risks from HRP. We are particularly interested in innovative proposals and the potential for results to deliver new tools, techniques, or knowledge that could lead to novel breakthroughs. Again, this funding opportunity is open to new investigators only. The PI must not have had HRP, NSBRI, NASA Epscor, or TRISH funding in the last 10 years. This restriction does not apply to other team members. Recent examples of this award are the organoid models of mammographic density for investigating the combined effects of microgravity and radiation exposure. Another project focuses on ultra-compact urinary calcium measurement. So we are interested in a variety of tools and technologies that can help us improve astronaut health and performance. Next slide, please. More recently, we introduced in 2020 as part of our Omnibus Appendix, the HRP Early Career Investigator Award. And this is to help more junior scientists contribute to the HRP mission. This is restricted to principal investigators who have completed their terminal research degree or the end of their postgraduate clinical training, whichever date is later in the last 10 years, and have not been previously an investigator on an HRP, NSBRI, NASA Epscor, or TRISH grant. And this solicits research on any aspect of human adaptation to spaceflight, just like the New Investigator Award. This award is provided for $150,000 for 1 year, and the project will be eligible for a 1-year costed extension depending on exceptional progress and results. Next slide, please. HRP has had discussions in the past and continues to talk to the Minority University Research and Education Project, or MUREP. NASA provides financial assistance via competitive awards to minority-serving institutions, such as historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic-serving institutions, Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander serving institutions, Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian serving institutions, American Indian tribal colleges and universities, and Native American serving non-tribal institutions. There are 4 key pillars of the MUREP program. They are research infrastructure and capacity building, curriculum development and service provider resources, student engagement, and finally, partnerships and sustainability. Along the same lines as MUREP, especially with respect to capacity building, HRP works with the Epscor program outlined on the next slide, please. And so the Epscor program is the established program to stimulate competitive research. It establishes partnerships with the government, higher education, and industry that are designed to affect lasting improvement in a state's or region's research infrastructure, research and development capacity, and its national R&D competitiveness. Now, as you can see on this slide, it is focused on those jurisdictions which have not participated equitably in competitive aerospace and aerospace-related research activities in the past. So, for example, California, Texas, and Florida are not part of the Epscor program, but some of the other neighboring states, such as New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Louisiana, are part of this program. And 5 federal agencies, including NASA, conduct Epscor programs. Next slide, please. HRP has actively been involved in the Small Business Innovation Research Program since its inception. And the Small Business Innovation Research Program funds the research, development, and demonstration of innovative technologies that fulfill NASA needs, as described in the annual solicitations, and have significant potential for successful commercialization. The SBIR program is divided up into 3 phases. Phase 1 involves idea generation by the small business. If successful, the applicant may be eligible for Phase 2 funding, where prototype development can occur. And then finally, if the Phase 2 project is successful, it may be eligible for Phase 3 funding, and that's where the project is actually infused into HRP or other respective programs. And of course, commercialization is also potentially part of that process. Successful examples of SBIR projects sponsored by HRP are the 5-dimensional task analysis visualization software tool for task analysis and workload planning, which has made positive impacts on the optimization of human-centered design at NASA. We also have successfully funded the crew-worn accelerometer for spaceflight that sought to develop a miniaturized accelerometer for use in research, operations, and the military communities. Next slide, please. This shows you a list of the resources, which are the programs I just discussed. Of course, the NSPIRE site contains all the solicitations which are put up by HRP and other NASA programs. The Hero 21 overview gives you an excellent overview of what HRP is interested in. And of course, we have the MUREP, Epscor, and SBIR links there as well. So that concludes my talk, and we can move on to the next speaker, Dr. Verts.
Yeah, good afternoon. I don't know if my video is coming up. So thank you first for welcoming me here today. And maybe as just a few words of caution here, I would say I'm not a native English speaker. I'm also not of American culture. And therefore, I got some help in preparing this presentation to make sure that none of the messages I was about to bring were actually offending to any group of people. So if by tough luck someone felt being offended, please pardon me. It's certainly not as bad will, it's just being a mistake. So that being said, what I want to talk to you about today is not about bringing or allowing the access to space to everyone in all forms, but also really specifically to how us, space agency, can enlarge the access to space as professionals, looking as professional astronauts. So it is certainly a challenge to have disability. It's a challenge for the person who have to live with that. But this title actually brought me to think a bit and say, maybe that's certainly disabilities are challenges, but it is also mostly a challenges for us in what we think, how we perceive, and what we want to do to allow access to space and to make sure that it is not a barrier. So I'm working for a multicultural, multinational agency, multilingual agency, where diversity is certainly an everyday challenge. But compared to what allowing access to space to person with disability is, maybe that was just a very small step. I might have been thinking I was used to that topic, but actually I have been discovering a lot of things when working in this project. And that has really been a journey. And talking about diversity and multilingual aspects, you might remark that the date of that presentation is wrong. It's both European and US systems. So that's just a proof that of the additional difficulties that we might encounter. Next slide, please. So maybe just as a bit of history, European countries have been working in spaceflight and human spaceflight already for a long time. The first European astronaut have flown already in the 60s and 70s, and you see here a few pictures of some of them, starting with the first one, Vladimir Remek, and ending with the next one, who is actually part of Crew 3 and awaiting his launch to space station on SpaceX vehicle. So as you see, you see the Russian so-called suit. You see the various NASA suit. We are in Europe not having a direct human launch system. We are not present in that area. And because of that, of course, we fly our astronauts with our partners, by being the USA or the Russian Federation now. But we have always implemented our astronaut selection and the mission support directly ourselves. By making the astronaut selections, for a long time before we had the medical system of the International Space Station being put in place, we had to select our astronaut, and where we were representing the astronauts for mission when they were mission assigned to make sure to verify that they were fulfilling the medical criteria on either side, which means that we had to make our selections with medical criteria which were encompassing the medical criteria on all areas. And they were not exactly overlapping. And we had also our own ideas, which at the end made the European medical criteria for a long time probably the most difficult in the world. Looking into that and starting in 70s and progressing up to now, up to the common work which have united the medical support persons around the globe in the ISS medical structure, we have certainly increased a lot in our knowledge. And as it has been mentioned several times in the different presentations in this symposium, we are always looking at how to evaluate the risk and how the medical criteria can serve managing the risk both for the person or the crew or the mission in that priority order, of course, and to see how we could manage these medical criteria to make them better, to make them more suited to the purpose. But in all these years, there has been something which has remained absolutely constant, that all professional astronauts were without disabilities. And somehow, maybe it doesn't fit the actual culture. Next slide, please. Yeah. There has been a lot of change, and human spaceflight is now becoming a daily occurrence. There have been a common or a continuous presence in space now for the last more than 20 years since the space station has been built up. There has been also a tremendous increase in the capacity or capability for communication, and social media have really made the astronauts much closer to the public as they were ever before. So if talking to the public, what is really perceived is that astronauts are people that are becoming very close and not so different, and they are next door persons having an exceptional job. But of course, if someone has normal, you can identify to that person and he has an exceptional job. Maybe you are tempted just to have the same job. And I think that's absolutely natural. So industry also has brought space and access to space even closer to the public, and the development of industrial access to space with the commercial operators is certainly a tremendous step in the last years. At the same time, also in the last 20 years, there have been an astonishing improvement in the communication regard to the performance that a person with disabilities were able of. And the Paralympic Games is certainly a mind-blowing example of what people can do. I just have the chance to live very close to the International Paralympic Committee, and I've had many discussions with this person, and what they do is tremendous. That's really something which is inspiring. And another cultural aspect is that the recognition of the right of persons with disabilities to access all roles or functions is improving, has improved tremendously, and is continuing improving. And every day there are steps forwards, and there are new recognition which is made, and everything which has been said in this symposium is exactly going into that way. So, and the last point I wanted to make also is that space agency are adventure. We are explorers. We are supposed to cross the borders, to go beyond, and to open new field of activities for everyone. Next slide, please. Yeah. So looking into our way of considering things or being managed, ESA is an international governmental organization, so we are really government civil servants, but it has its own legal framework. So in principle, we are not obliged to follow every regulation which is dictated at national level. But we also have a membership which is very strongly overlapping with the membership of the European Union. All member states of the European Union have signed the United Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And there is also a corpus of legislation which has been established, which is pretty much equivalent as what exists in the USA with the European Accessibility Act, the General Framework for Equal Treatment in Employment and Occupation, Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. That's something which, of course, didn't start in 21, but has been already put in place before. It's just an agenda with strategy which is renewed regularly. So the current edition is looking to the next 10 years and everything which Europe wants to implement. So actually the expectation of the ESA member states which are promulgating all this legislation, they also expect that we are just, as at ESA, following the same guidelines. So taking into account the fact that about 1/5 of the European population is with some form of disability, you can fully understand that there is also a strong pressure from the society, from our member states, to start implementing and doing something also in this area and to be much more inclusive than we were before. So next slide, please. So everybody probably has heard about the Parastronaut project that this European Space Agency has launched earlier this year. I will come back a bit later, but when we started playing with the idea and started asking ourselves, we need to do something. We cannot just keep the status quo and not move. Well, the question, why do we do it, and why are the reasons why we should not do it? So maybe I would just start the opposite way and start with why not? And the first point which comes to mind is the safety. Yeah, we need to have astronauts able to escape, to run away. Although we can, when we make an analysis of that, the occurrences or the opportunities for an astronaut to escape by running are pretty limited, actually, I would say, and most of the occasions will not be exactly those that we can think of. There might be costs involved. Of course, there might be costs involved. The system which have been developed for space transportation have their own limitation. There are technical limitation, engineering limitation, cost limitation, and of course, the development have been made with performance, with cost in mind, not always trying to accommodate the widest range of personal abilities. But maybe at some point in time, we need to revert that thinking. And there is the biggest obstacle, which are habits or mental tracks. We have always done that way, so why do we need to change? Why do we want to change? And these are all points that I have not invented. These are the points I have been faced with when discussing the different aspects of that project. And then there are also the why shall we do it? First of all, there is, of course, the push from the civil society that I was mentioning before, both for persons, but also from the orders givers, or stakeholders. And we cannot avoid considering the question. We have to. That's also a moral obligation. But beyond that, I think we can also take that as a real opportunity. It's an opportunity to have a critical look into system and procedure that we have developed to know, and to try to understand and identify what are the sources of limitation. And maybe we shall ask ourselves the question, shall the human being and its capabilities or its abilities compensate for systems insufficiencies? And I have put here wrong, just a singular, it should be plural. Or can the system be made better to cover for human deficiency? And deficiency is not pleased to be taken as offensive. It's just that sometimes some people with a disability is exactly the lack of being able to do something and or to do it and to be able to do it with some compensation. And that's exactly my point. How can the system compensate to enlarge the range of person who can access and can be serving as professional astronauts? And maybe there is another question, and that's also something which I had in mind when starting this project, and which was really supported by some reaction also from interest groups. How could a disability become an ability? I will come back to that a bit later, but that's an absolutely mind-blowing aspect. We have started working into that, and we have already issued some publication, but there are also some aspects where you could consider that disability might become a better ability in some circumstances. Next slide, please. So the Pathastronaut Feasibility Project, because I'm here to talk about that, what is it? Actually, it's not a recruitment, it's a feasibility study. We are not yet at the point where we can recruit a person with disability and say, we will train you and you will be able to be assigned to a space mission in 5 years. We are not yet there, but we would like to go there. So what we want to do with that project is actually to study the possibility to move the lines of the medical certification. What is, just to extrapolate the work which has already been made, we have made a risk analysis, medical risk, how adapt the medical criteria to what we knew as the actual value of that risk. But is there room for improvement? Can we really just continue that work and say, okay, there are some requirements which are still there, which could be not waived, but be deleted. And the second point is to identify the adaptation to be brought to the system and procedure, the point I was making before, to increase the range of persons able to fulfill the duties of professional astronauts. And here again, we are not looking into the possibility for anybody to buy a flight ticket and go to space, but we want first to look into where there is the most restriction and to have a critical look at the work, the certification of professional astronauts. Next slide, please. So how do we do that, or how do we plan to do that? Actually, so we want to go from the disability to abilities, and that's not playing with words. We have started with a limited number of chosen disabilities, not because we want to limit ourselves, but just because we have a limited capability and this availability, and we want to start at least with something that we choose a bone that we can chew on. And we need to look into a limited number of cases, try to evaluate, to develop an ability matrix. So what is needed to actually be able to carry on a mission, and test and validate with the selected individual, the selected person that we will find through that project, how their disabilities is actually limiting or not limiting, and in which domain. What does that mean in terms of adaptation which are needed to allow this person to fly? And then we will need to have a more in-depth assessment of how this adaptation have an impact on the structure of the vehicle, or on the procedures, or everything which makes the space environment, and if that's actually feasible, or is that doable also from a cost aspect. And of course, as I said, we are not yet, hopefully it might change, but we are not yet owner of our own space transportation system. And so the implementation of those changes is something that we have to check and assess with our partners. So This Astronauts project, of course, has been launched together with the 2021 ESA astronaut selection campaign. Why? Because we wanted to have the widest public possible. We wanted to have as many persons interested and applying also to the Astronaut project. We wanted also to have this person following the same selection process as the standard or the mainstream astronaut selection. I would have loved to combine both completely, but actually the processes of medical certification would have made that quite difficult at the end. And it was pretty much difficult to do that without creating any restriction, which would have limited also the scope. So we have kept that for the time being separated. The person that we will identify will be going through the same selection steps as the other persons. They will be as qualified, and when they will come to the end, they will be offered to work together with the agency, not as a recruitment, not yet at this stage, but to work together with us to perform all the assessment that I was mentioning before. And of course, the goal is to have at medium term, at least the possibility to have one person with disability flying in space on a specifically adapted mission. Next slide, please. So where are we now in this project? So what you see here, that the first disability eligibility matrix that we have developed just for the sake of the selection. And of course, it is not a full-fledged analysis of the risk in any case or any specific case of disability. It is just using on one side the classification of the Paralympic Committee, because we needed to start it from somewhere, and to see in each of the big category what were the ability required for spaceflight, which were fulfilled or not fulfilled, or where we needed some adaptation. So it's not laziness, but again, to make sure that the project had some level of feasibility, we had to limit ourselves. And we have actually chosen the few categories where we had the most green cases. And that's also the reason why our project and the call for applications, there are a few categories of disability which are stated, which is lower limb disability, which can be either amputation or length difference, and there is the small size. Again, that's not at all to say that we will limit ourselves to these categories forever. It's just a first step, and this first step we want to be successful. We want to be able to do something, and so we had taken at least the few cases where we felt comfortable to be able to achieve that in a reasonable time frame, and with the amount of investment that we can also provide in this time frame. So the call for interest has been combined with the astronaut selection campaign. The person selected will or shall follow the astronaut selection, and that's already the case. That's ongoing right now. And they shall also reach the same level. And when I look at the applications, I have no doubt that we have very high level candidates who will be able to go through all the steps of the selection. And that's my experience talking here, but I'm really convinced that we will have candidates going really to the end. This call has received a huge interest, and we have had in overall more for the astronaut selection and for the Astronaut project, more than 23,000 applicants. Of course, that's kind of a mind-blowing amount, and we had a lot of work to go through all these applications. but only for the Parasol project, we have received application from 38 countries. Excuse me. 38 countries, also outside of the ESA member states. 4 applicants are coming from the USA, and I feel very much flattered by that. That's really pleasant, even if for many reasons we cannot proceed with these candidates. I would, if they are listening today, I would really like to thank them for the confidence they had with us. And I am actually still looking into the possibility to include them in the process, in the work which will have to be done for developing that project. Out of the 257 applications for the Parasol project, 86 are really considered more closely. The invitation for the first tests are currently issued. The number of applicants at each step is something that is still not yet known. We are still digging through this mountain of application. We are looking toward having gone completely through by the end of this month. So stay tuned. You will know better about how many astronaut candidates and para-astronaut candidates we will still have going through the first tests, but that's something which will come here before the end of the year. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just what are the next steps? Actually, as the title of my presentation says, this project is a challenge for us, really. It's putting many things in questions. That's putting a lot of question marks everywhere. And that's for really a mental exercise to reconsider many things that we have done or the way we have done things before, and to look for justifications or changes in every corner. So the announcement of the selection and the Parasol selection in fall 22, that's actually the outcome of the current selection process. It's partly done. That's some green, some red, and we are not yet completely through. There is still work to do, but at least here that's in a good shape. We need to develop a methodology for assessing the Parasol candidates from a functional point of view. Again, I would really like to shift the problem from disabilities to abilities. What can the people do? How can they do it? And how does that match the requirements for spaceflight? And where do we need to compensate when it doesn't happen? And here, this study is something which is already started. It's currently ongoing. It is not completely easy. You have had some glimpse of the way we start thinking, also in the presentation of Dr. Burkhardt on Monday. That's exactly what we do. We try to take one disability and consider how can that work in the task, in the environment that we have. And is that answering the problem, or do we still have improvement to do? So these global methods for the assessment is one thing, but then we also need to make an individual assessment, which is disability specific. And that's where, of course, the problems start to be complex, because disability is a non-known. It's against that's something which is that's in pari opposition to ability. Ability is easy to define because that's more or less a standard. But disability is not a single case. There is not one disability. There are many individual cases. So we really need to develop this method for the individual assessment. How do we test, evaluate a specific individual to make sure and to identify where some of these adaptations are needed?
Dr. Verts, could you please summarize your slides?
I'm done. That's my last slide. The cooperation with space partners is ongoing, and we've also that's for the space partner for the implementation of the changes that we will identify. The cooperation with specialized partner means really to look at how we can cooperate with disability specialists to extend the method that we have done to most of the disabilities, and to have really a systematic approach where currently there is nothing existing yet, at least not in the space sector. The implementation of the identified adaptation is not yet started, and the first space flight is, of course, in front of us. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. As you see, there is still a lot of red in those boxes, a lot of things to be done, a lot of work in front of us. That's something that we are not doing alone, but as it has been shown in this symposium, NASA also is looking into that. That's not an ESA monopoly. And we are very glad of that, because that's not a problem that we will solve alone. That's a problem that has to be solved by all the partners together. Next slide, please. And I will just show you. It's just showing you now the flyers which have been used for advertising for this selection. There is absolutely no intention in the mix of disability and other specifics. There is certainly no intention there, but as you see, it has at least really talked to the people, and they have come to us to apply for this project, and that's probably one of the projects which I'm the most proud of during all my career. So thank you very much for your attention. I welcome any question. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that inspiring talk, Dr. Verts. This certainly will usher in the next golden age of space exploration. And for the audience members, could you please just type in your questions in the chat box, and then we will be able to respond at the end as time permits. So our next speaker is Dr. Ritwigger, who is going to talk about aging in and from space. Dr. Ritwigger, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. How much time do I have?
Nominally 5 minutes, but why don't you take 10 as you originally planned?
That's all right. I'll do 5. So it's given me great pleasure to be here, be part of this panel, and I was asked to talk about aging in and from space. I'd like to start quickly with a short anecdote, which is on his 60th birthday party, my father made a speech, and he said, when his father gave his speech, he said, you know, in the old days, when somebody turned 60 in the house, children had to be silent because old people couldn't be bothered. And this, to me, illustrated already, you know, several decades ago, how far we've gone in including older people into our daily life. We have realized that older people can do much more than was thought they could do decades and a century ago. So my next slide raises the issue of, sure, we've seen astronauts becoming older, and we realize they can do the job, but missions are becoming longer, so the older you get, more crucial really becomes the question, is your age affected by what you do? And we know, next slide, that many of the things that we do see in space, like wasting of muscles, wasting of bones, they are at first glance not different from what we see at old age. We see a general decline in the fitness of people. However, a closer look reveals also that certain traits are different between aging and space. So in aging, we see a shift towards a slower phenotype of the muscle. So inherently, muscles contract slower, whilst in space, we typically see a shift towards the faster fiber type. We see low bone turnover, renewal of bone tissue in old age, and we see an increase in bone turnover in space. So we shouldn't take it for granted that aging and space always go in the same direction, as I've illustrated a few years ago. So many people intuitively, when they think of their own age, they start exercising, and that is certainly a good idea. Next slide, please. But even the people who exercise as hard as they can because they want to compete and win medals. So these are the masters athletes, which we are studying since 2 decades. They undergo a marked physical decline, which is reflected not only by the running times, which you see in the middle 2 panels, it's also reflected by their muscle power, which are the rightmost 2 panels. And the hard training status still leads them to accomplishing great results. So which 80-year-old person, would you trust doing a pole vault over almost 3 meters? So, when you're 80, that's quite cool, but it's much less than when you're young. So even when you train hard, you will age. And so behind this, next slide, the aging process, we typically, get many things that happen with age. Scientifically, I think we can group them into 3 categories. There are factors. Can I have next slide, please? There are factors that are associated with lifestyle. So, for example, we know that smoking makes you look older and you get also biologically older. Many people tend to exercise less, so that's your part that you can do. You can look after a healthy lifestyle. However, the biology is the real driver. We know that there are senescent cells. We know that many other systems are affected. And researchers over the world are trying to decipher which are the elements of this biological clock that goes on and on as we grow calendarically older. And of course, you have pathologies that may be emerging from the aging process, but also from your lifestyle. And they surely feedback not only on your lifestyle. So if you have certain diseases, disorders, you cannot live as you were living before you had attracted those diseases and disorders. And so it's really now a big field in medicine to assess the biological age. And that's on the next slide, just an example. One hot topic at the moment is methylation of DNA. And the right slide shows one nice example, I think, is a genetic disorder, Down syndrome. We know that those patients biologically and medically seem to age older. And this can also be reflected in this biological test of the DNA methylation. Now, looking, the latest recognitions in aging biology and guessing scientifically what might happen when older astronauts go on longer missions in space. Next slide, please. I've picked 3 PET mechanisms that we should be looking on. One is oxidative stress. Numerous papers have emerged from the recent spaceflight studies, and all of them suggest that for an unknown reason, oxidative stress is increased in space. Click again on the slides so the next panel will come up. My own research focuses a bit more on something that's related to oxidative stress. It's inflammation. We have, as we all grow older, at least between years 50 and 70, maybe 80, an increase in inflammation. Later on, it tapers off. And this is linked, in my view, not only to oxidative stress, but also to muscle wasting. And finally, we should consider radiation. Next slide. So if we go to low Earth orbit, we have about 300 times as much radiation dose as we have on Earth. And that impacts on oxidative stress, on inflammation. And so this could be a double whammy, really accelerating our aging process. So in a survey, next slide, we don't want to sound too negative. It's not all that bad. But looking at the effects that we might need to cope with in space, lack of capability to exercise in space is something that needs to be taken care of. The past decades have seen great improvements in how the astronaut corps is supported in space, and I think that needs to be continued and even increased. Exercise, diet, also your mental diet. What do you do to your workload? What do you do to your personal relationships? All this is known from Earth, are factors that can keep us healthy as we age. Now, whether or not the biological clock ticks faster in space, there is, I would say, the majority of the theories that we have about ages, you would expect that this would be accelerated. And again, not sounding too negative, this offers great opportunities for research also, because it's a kind of research that you cannot simply do on the ground. So I guess my three takeaways are, first, we shouldn't take it for granted that the biological clock is unaffected by space. It's unlike the physical time, which we know from relativistic physics will decelerate as the speed increases. We can't make this assumption for biology. Rather, on the grounds of what we know from aging biology, we must expect that the tendency will be towards a faster flying of the biological time in space. And certainly the existing recommendations for a healthy lifestyle at older age from Earth will surely apply in space. So there is a need to exercise, there is a need for a healthy diet, both for your body and your mind, to work healthy and safely in deep space missions. And third, maybe the most important, don't take all of this too negative. It offers great opportunities, not only to individuals, but also to research. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ritwigger, for that very inspiring talk on aging in space. I don't think we have any time for questions, so we'll just answer them in the chat as we can. And so I'll turn the floor over back to Dr. Allen.
Actually, I think I'm up.
Dr.
Unless you want to say something. Yeah, Dr. Donovan will take from Dr. Allen. Dr. Allen's been on the hook for the last 2 days. I'm going to give him a break. But Dr. Allen did ask me to remind everybody that if you want to see the presentations from the last 2 days, go back to the event page, and on each day's link, you can see the posted recording. And so today's will also be recorded as well. So you can watch it ad nauseum, all you want. And don't forget to put your questions in the Q&A. I know that I've answered quite a few, and so we welcome your questions. We want to engage you. So with that, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce a very valued colleague, Dr. Jennifer Fogerty, who will give us a plenary. Dr. Fogerty is the Director of Applied Health and Performance Division at Sophic Synergistic, and it's a human-centered design firm. So for those of you who don't know what human-centered design is, think about it in very, very simple terms. The button on your microwave, you've got either the ability to do manual for your popcorn, you figure out what is the right amount of time, versus pushing the popcorn button. That is a human-centered design approach. So to make things that are very complex, simple, and also safe, even in the design of seatbelts, for example, for women versus men, adjustable seatbelts would be a human-centered design. Well, Jennifer just recently joined Sophic Synergistic about a year ago, but I knew her from before that. She worked for over 20 years at NASA, working as an expert, and in my humble opinion, I think she's one of the most respected human space physiologists in the world, both in terms of her breadth and depth. And very recently, before she left NASA, she was actually the chief scientist for the Human Research Program at Johnson Space Center for the agency. And so I have the utmost respect for her. She oversaw a giant portfolio of research. She interfaced with other government agencies, with international partners, with other NASA flight programs, and really was the lead on the science. Dr. Fogerty received her PhD from Texas A&M. She's edited many books, including the authoritative Fundamentals of Aerospace Medicine with Mike Barrett very recently. And just to add a little bit of personal touch, she takes physical fitness to a competitive level, and she is mom to a terrific kid and a whole pack full of dogs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fogerty. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Dorit. That was amazing. It's good to be appreciated on all the levels. So I'm going to share my slides. That'll work for everybody. I was asked to give a talk about precision medicine. So as Dorit mentioned, I did work for a couple of decades at NASA, at Johnson Space Center, in the Human Health and Performance Directorate. And I was a bit of a utility player. Enjoyed every moment of all the different positions I had an amazing opportunity to be inspired and to continue to learn and be challenged all the time. But one of my passions was space medicine, and I was fortunate enough to work very closely with the flight surgeon. So I myself am not a physician, but I came out of a medical college with my PhD, and I am inspired by being able to change people's lives through medicine and human health and performance. I really feel strongly and connected to a lot of Dr. Ritwigger's words, very important words and observations and interpretations of the data, which I think I was glad to hear them. It isn't all scary and bad. It is about adaptation, but understanding where that adaptation is going to take you is incredibly important. So that's maybe where the role of precision can come in. So as we know, human space exploration is inspiring. There is no doubt about it, and it really has the power to unite humanity. The thing about space exploration that drives that inspiration and unity is really about the barriers, the challenges that exist, and how we have to break them down. How are we going to solve these incredible problems to make it happen? And I also give lots of talk about spin back to Earth, because if you can meet the need and solve the problem under the constraints of human spaceflight in the most austere and hostile environments possible, we can make life better here and maybe undo some of the damage we've done and have a different future for our children. So, is precision medicine equal to personalized medicine? It's a good question. I think personalized medicine has actually been going on for quite a while, and we're going to talk a little bit about the approach of today. But precision takes it to a whole new level, and what precision will mean, and kind of the description and the definitions we're going to give the term precision. And we're going to look at some really great minds that are working on these problems and articulating things that I think truly capture where we need to go in the future, what the vision is, and then the things we need to do to get there. Because it's possible. We're implementing little pieces of it today, but it truly is possible. So what it means right now, it kind of depends on who you ask. You can do a search with your favorite search engine, look at the first 100 or so, and they will have a lot of similarity, but just enough difference, like the nuance of it, like they're pulling on different parts, maybe their favorite parts, the areas they study, or maybe it is actually something that's has more weight to it. The evidence suggests it is more important to understand that level of precision, but that's in most cases to be determined. The jury is still out on many, many areas of what might be marketed as precision medicine. The idea of it is good. The application of it is, we're not ready to apply it in all cases. And we'll talk a little bit about why. But the consensus in terms of if you were to look for a definition is it's the application of medicine based on an individual's biology, and more specifically, their genetic makeup. And that's where things still have a lot of gaps in terms of strong evidence base. So you can look at NIH, FDA. I had a bunch of academic institutions who are amazing, but I realized suddenly, I was like, oh, I can't. If I start a list like that and I leave somebody out, there's going to be a problem. So I decided to pull back. You can do the search. It doesn't take long. It is not a hard search to do. There's a lot of material out there, and a lot of it is very much worth reading and understanding. Talking about diversity of thinking and diversity of application and the demographics that these different institutions work in have all really provided influence over their definitions, and they're all important to understand. One of the areas in the literature and the discussion that you will find, because it's very tangible, it's applied today, is pharmacogenomics. And there's a very particular gene that has polymorphisms, different versions of the gene, that can influence how you metabolize certain drugs. And we're going to get into that a little bit because it's a really good example of something that has enough evidence base to be part of standard of care, but it's never as simple as understanding what the genetic code is. There's very few exceptions to that. And one of the areas I think is worth understanding, there's lots of different studies going on, and we would have to bring in one or more experts to give a very detailed talk about medical genetics and how they do what they do in the American College of Medical Genetics. So we're going to talk more about that, but that's not my expertise. I'm trying to bring you like this overall philosophy and application of it. But the growing evidence base coming out of genome-wide association studies, or GWAS. Now there is a paper, and that's why I've included them here, because it's going to be part of this archive, that came out in PLOS One. and it's by Patron et al. And it does a remarkable job at defining these terms, but it also talks about the methodologies that are used and sometimes how the communication struggles between the different groups. And then think about the information being brought to a much broader audience who doesn't have a medical or a science background to understand it. Like, we got to get to the point where we can communicate with each other and really be honest about what we're trying to provide in terms of education and knowledge. Sometimes if it's too technical, it can sound impressive, but did we really understand what someone was saying? So I think the Patron et al. Article, while it is very technical, does a really good job at helping people understand what those GWAS studies are and the level at which you can have confidence that the results are telling you something that you should act on. So it's another area where, just like other linear relationships, when you're building, doing your data analysis, and we talk about an R value. An R value of 1 means that the X and Y line up and they are causal. Like, one moves, the other moves. Somebody's pushing and someone's pulling. It's called rise over run. I have to, as Dorit said, I'm steeped in 8th grade algebra right now, and I'm getting really good at it. But the deal is with this, they look at receiver operator curves, and they also talk about the relationship between the genes and the thing that you're watching, the outcome that you're watching. And the correlations might be high, but is it really causal? So there are intricacies that are worth understanding. And as a science community, we have to get better and more honest about how we communicate with each other and understand that not everybody has the background you do. So trying to choose our words in a common taxonomy or a common vocabulary to work with. And then the reality is that the American College of Medical Genomics for the US, publishes when the evidence base becomes critical enough. What are the actionable genes? Those are the ones that, if they are found, medicine needs to respond to it. It actually may not even be able to cure it, but it can help manage the process, knowing what's going to happen to you medically, physiologically, biologically. 73 right now, that's what we're up to. That means the other 19,927 or so, we think we're capped at 20,000 genes, which may not be realistic. They're all modulating how your body functions. So think about that number. Think about that number. So here was a paper that came out in 2015, Stingle et al., looking at the medications on ISS in the medical kit against, I mentioned that enzyme that has polymorphisms, different versions of the gene, called cytochrome P450. And this is from their publication. And what it does, and this is actually available through the FDA, talking about drugs that are mapped to which cytochrome P450 isozymes, how they function with the metabolism of that drug, and what it means for the individuals who have those isoforms and how they can metabolize those drugs, fast metabolizers, slow metabolizers. And this is a starting point that is a level of precision and refinement that could help a physician choose a drug that's appropriate for a person in a certain category. Now, not all drugs use that enzyme to be metabolized, but when they do, think about what a head start that is, right? And again, this is one where the American College of Medical Genetics and the peer review process and medical evidence review has said, this is real. This is not, a phenomenon we don't understand. So this is really important to think about in terms of something you can act upon. And there's a ton of confidence around it. Now, there are more isoforms being discovered, and that will increase the complexity of how you interpret the data and how the mapping goes. But it is there for a real life application. And in this paper, they really talk about the importance of that. And in real life, we've talked about the importance of that. You're building medical kits, they're going to be filled with medications. Well, in this case, you could understand exactly what your crew needed when you find out who that crew is. And we're going to talk about order of events a little bit with spaceflight. You got to make some determinations so far ahead of time. Are you really always capable of acting upon the idea that precision will work for you? So I think this is a remarkable paper. It really highlighted things that I think people thought were a little taboo, with what drugs were on orbit and, different things going on. These are humans being flown. They're going to need medicine, and as Dr. Ritwigger said, they're aging over time. Now, spaceflight might alter the rate of that aging, but the reality is that things are going to happen to them even if they weren't in spaceflight. So we got to understand that, we got to deal with it, and that's where some other tools in terms of big data analysis come in. But this was a very good start. But the reality is, going back to not just your genes, right? It's more complex than that. Your genes create a fundamental basis, potentially, if they're directly related to a process, you know. But in spaceflight, we know it's field science, right? You can't isolate one stressor at a time. They're happening to the person simultaneously. There's a lot of disruption in terms of how your body functions. It's trying to adapt to a foreign environment, and it's doing its best. But those adaptations and the way your body processes, say, medications in this example, might be affected by that process. So whether it be how your GI function works, or you know, the amount of blood volume and where it resides and how it goes into different tissue beds. It's not all in the vascular space anymore. It's not all available, you know, to move it around the human body. So it's interesting nuances, and this has been discussed for a long time as a risk. Do we really understand pharmacokinetics, you know, pharmacodynamics, you know? So doing the pharmacogenomics first gives you a fundamental baseline if you're going to use drugs that use that enzyme. And then if you knowingly gave someone a drug that actually worked, could you start to really understand what the other factors and how they were influencing the outcome, how well the drug worked, what were the side effects. So I wanted to just present this as the level of complexity goes up, and it's a very challenging place to do these types of studies. So many folks are looking at alternative ways, not just in the human body, but I'm a big fan of tissue chips and organs on a chip and linking organs together on a chip because of the throughput you can have, the safety of it, that you're not doing it in a human. And really at this point, between ISS as a national lab, commercial space sending up modules, these are areas that could really afford us capabilities to do these studies and get some answers before we move out of low Earth orbit, you know, into lunar orbit or further for the Mars transit missions. So back up, what do we do today? So I mentioned that we do have an operating paradigm. We all experience medicine of today. And why would we say that it's not precise or exactly precision medicine? So we say, okay, well, what is it? So really, and these are my words for sure, and I don't, you know, as other speakers have said, I don't mean any disrespect, and I've talked to some physicians about this, and it's a good debate, and it's a robust discussion, but we're really doing expert medicine and risk management. Each physician has their experience base. They have their education, their training, their clinical training, their years of interacting with patients, and if they've specialized in a particular domain, how well, you know, different treatments have worked, and do they understand the differences between their patients? Some are, you know, doing studies themselves. They understand that, you know, it's not a recipe, that I have to titrate this. So that's why it is actually personalized to the degree which you have insight to personalize it. And then there's evidence base. What has the research, whether it be fundamental or clinical research, brought to bear for us to understand how we apply medicine today, and what makes individuals potentially vulnerable or more robust when it comes to different treatments. And then there's epidemiology. When all that data goes back into those pools of populations, what does the population look like? And this is where diversity, we struggle, because has the epidemiology included diverse participants? If it's too homogeneous, it's really challenging and probably not appropriate to extrapolate to people who don't have you know, membership or participation in the population that started it. I mean, that's, you know, sometimes math gets a little ahead of us and tells us things about biology, and you're got to question that. That's where the skepticism of science and medicine has to come in. Like, tell me about the quality of your data. Tell me who was in the population when the epidemiology was done, who was possibly excluded and why. So that's where a lot of these limitations really kind of reveal themselves and should be caveats. It's not that we don't use it, but we have to know when it's appropriate and maybe when it's not. So then here's the approach. Start with a phenotype. You get your physical and clinical testing. And I think, you know, we've all experienced it. And oftentimes, as much as we talk about preventive medicine, the most likely time you show up to get a physician's care is when you've already started with symptoms. There's usually something wrong. And then the question becomes, and you'll see how that might be important later, do you have data on you when you were well, when your body was operating well? What did it look like? We don't always have that luxury. With astronauts, so far, that's been a little different, right? Because once they come into the astronaut corps, well, of course, you bring in their history to the best you can, but you create this medical archive in them over the years that they train and are available, and you do a lot of management. So it is the ultimate and personalized to an extent. It is precise as it can be, but there are still questions about how much the evidence would push even greater precision. But how many of us show up and it's like, that's the first time they're going to get an image, or that's the first time they're going to get a clinical result? It's going to be really challenging because now you're going to take that data and compare it to phenotype of populations and the similarity or dissimilarity to those populations thresholds. So it'd be like, you know, getting your clinical laboratory test back and you see an upper and lower limit of normal, and you might fall in the normal range, but within that range, is that normal for you? Could the thresholds be much tighter for an individual? And sometimes other tests could indicate that, but there's many factors, and kind of I have a colleague who describes it as a dashboard approach. I talk about different dials, that even though a dial may not be exactly where it was before, it doesn't mean it's wrong because it had to move in concert with another dial that moved. So the relationship between organs and tissues, you know, has to be considered. And I think that's what physicians do today, but they have a pretty rough go of it if you're not going to understand where those dials were and kind of how they interacted before you became sick. So it has its challenges, which is why you go back to the evidence base and the epidemiology based. There's lots of clinical practice guidelines that form the basis for standard of care, you know, and that's to make sure that everyone's getting, you know, and informed about what is the process here. It isn't, I never thought it was meant to overly constrain, but it can be used in that way. It can be a bit of a box and barriers, but doctors have some latitude. You know, they got to make a lot of rationale at times, and it can be very challenging. But you know, where do we understand when someone is outside of that clinical practice guideline and it's appropriate for them? Like, where does the evidence base come from? And doctors tend to have to work that on their own rather than have like a systematic support system to provide them the resources to do that. And then the patient care is refined over time and revised based on your response to treatment. You know, you go back, you have to be seen again, similar tests are run or the same tests are run to say, you know, are you feeling better? Does the data support that? And what are the side effects, especially if you're using medication, right? These are risk balances you're always trying to make. So lots of data being worked, but it can be very manual and it can be very, you know, siloed at times. And there's a little bit of trouble of getting that data out once something is learned on a patient, unless a case study is going to be published. How does that learning go back to experience base, get ported to other people so it can start to improve the evidence base? So there's a knowledge management aspect to all of this. And then of course there's longer term surveillance and new evidence and new insights that should all inform a new approach. So there is a cyclic nature to even the approach we do today. But if there's a vision for the future, and Jeffrey Ginsburg and his colleagues at the Center for Applied Genomics and Precision Medicine at Duke have written an incredible piece in this clinical principles and applications. And I could not do better than this. Like when you read something and you're like, well, I need to paraphrase for my talk. I was like, don't do that. So here's this quote, and I'm not going to read it to you, but the key things coming out of this are, you know, when you're trying to optimize disease prevention, because this all should ring true, specifically for people who do human spaceflight, right? You're trying to send someone who you have really mitigated those risks, right? For the amount of time they're going to be gone in their mission, you really want to buy down the risk as much as possible because you can bring very little in terms of medical intervention. So you want to optimize disease prevention, of course, diagnosis and treatment, but you want to base it on comprehensive information. And this is where I think it's really key, because the earlier definition I talked about was, you know, personalization or precision was about someone's biology and specifically their genomics. But here, Ginsburg and others like him, big thinkers in the area, that it's comprehensive and it incorporates traditional clinical measures. It's not throwing anything away, right? It's trying to bring forward what we do, the best of what we do now, but now augment it with things that can help us be more precise. That's why precision and clinical, like a probably more umbrella term, is personalized, and personalized can include the concept of precision if we're going to say precision means more on the molecular level. So we've got DNA, gene expression in terms of RNA and transcriptome. We've heard a lot about that in the past 2 years. The proteome, what actually becomes a protein, which is the more functional unit. Metabolites, How is your body processing everything, and how are the organs functioning? Because that's a telltale sign, right? That's why they always measure urine. Those are some of our favorite things to collect on astronauts: blood, urine, saliva, and some fecal. They're not their favorite, I get it. Methylation was mentioned by Dr. Ritwigger. Why? Because that is so telling in terms of what's going on in a cellular level, the concept of stress in a bad way. Not the stress that provokes development and refinement, the type of stress that we all know and understand really starts to encourage pathological processes because it's too much. You know, it's driving the cell and the organs to have to combat too many things at the same time, and it's going to have to make some compromises. And when the body has to make those compromises, someone has to lose. So you got to watch the entire body. You know, the one organ that's failing might be the thing you want to stare at, but you got to watch all the remote sites as well, because that could have been the source. So, and that's kind of like, you know, internal medicine. It was like, how do we bring all this system of systems back together to understand how these pieces, like you're the ultimate detective. And even the microbiome, you know, we hear more and more about our microbiomes, but also how we interact with the microbiome around us and the importance of diversity in the microbiome to keep us healthy. So I take from Dr. Ginsberg and his colleagues this vision for the future, which I think is comprehensive and talks about all the pieces that exist today and how we bring the emerging capabilities that are showing confidence and understanding what the gaps are to know where we have to fill those gaps for the future to have value to the precision. And that's where we get to this amazing schematic from UCSF. And they have a great video that goes along with this that really speaks to just about anyone. And it starts with the people. That's what they say. And it's true, whether it be the patient, the physician, the researcher, the social worker, it takes a village to figure this thing out. And we all have to be on board and do our part. And we're going to need some resources to actually make it function and go. So to the right side, you see a lot of data going in, and it really does drive big data collection. When you talk about the use of digital health and people offering up direct-to-consumer results, and you know, the pieces that have to be present to start to fill out this entire knowledge network, which they describe as like a Google Maps, but to me it has a topography to it, because it will start to emerge like what piece of data has the weight, which ones matter, and it could change over time. It's not preconceived which ones matter. It has to kind of be recalculated every time, depending on the context, what's going on, all the metadata that could make the very precise and molecular pieces of data mean something, you know, make them interpretable. So the idea of applying artificial intelligence and machine learning carefully and appropriately so that what can come out the other side is knowledge and communication of that knowledge back to the people who do research and to the, when it's ready, to the clinician to provide to the patient, you know, to improve healthcare, to increase quality of life, to reduce harm, the risk to the patient, and even costs. So, you know, there's lots of discussion in the business world and the discussion of how disruptive precision medicine can be in a good way. You know, it's going to reduce costs, increase good outcomes, and decrease bad outcomes. Like that's where we're trying to get to. But the pieces in the middle, it's a little clunky getting there. We have to also have alignment with research funding priorities and peer review, opening our minds up to things. And I worked a lot with HRP on this. You know, would you know, as a scientist, as a peer reviewer, as a physician on a panel, and we understand intrinsic bias, we should be self-aware about it. You know, and that's where some of these issues with the lack of diversity come in on these panels, because we've overly constrained the selections. Because, oh, that won't work. Would you know a good idea if you saw it? You got to take some chances. There has to be some risk there, because if we keep doing what we've always done, we will get what we've always got. So in order to change this paradigm and move this needle forward, if we're all in agreement, those pieces got to step out of their box, be open to new and different solutions and ideas, and be willing to put their money where those opportunities are. So here was an example, and actually this got funded by Trish, encouraged by myself a couple years ago, but Dr. Gukowskian came forward with a proposal for using old samples, shuttle samples, decades old, And this comes up occasionally. And there were lots of work had to be done on material transfer agreements, getting him some small amount of funding. And if you read this paper, he was cobbling together, along with all of his co-authors, NASA funding, American Heart Association funding, Trish funding. And it was really a proof of concept. If they took these old samples that have been frozen, could they get anything out of it? Cell-free mitochondrial DNA, and look at what the expression might mean, like what was going on in that solution. And an amazing article, for sure. It came out in October 21st in the American Heart Association Journal. And the thing that really struck me was in some of the areas when they were looking at at the exposure at R+0 and R+3, which we know is really provocative for crew members, especially long duration crew members. Now this was shuttle, more like 14, 17 days, but R+0, your body's going through a pretty rough ride home. You're coming out of microgravity, even though it's only 2 weeks. It's disruptive, it's provocative, the neurovestibular system, space motion sickness, some orthostatic intolerant, your body's moving blood back down, it's getting pulled back down. So very dynamic and provocative. And over 3 days, you're kind of coming out, your body's struggling to figure out who needs to go where, what's happening, where is up. But the inter-astronaut variability, 2 to 355-fold different. Now, granted, these are old samples, and this was a proof of concept, so there's a lot of work to be done. But that actually is not out of the realm of possibility, given what we've always seen. The individual variability is huge, and that is what's so problematic about human studies, right? That we often can't tell. You try to create these graphs and you do these statistics, but is it different? And you're like, wow, people have they're physiologically so many different strategies to get there because they have underlying genetic differences, and it's gene on gene, environment on gene on how this whole thing is going to come together and make an outcome. So how do we understand this spread and how they got there and which is better? If you can say better, some of them are just different, equal but different, because right now we didn't measure functional outcomes. Right? We are just flat out looking at what was in the plasma. So incredible start, but this is how it happens. Fund something you thought wouldn't work, but give it a try. And that's what I've always encouraged both the program to do and other entities when I have an influence, because that's how you're going to see innovation and disruption. And you got to have throughput. And in that case, failing is okay. Get the real zero, say it didn't work, and move on. But if you don't get the real data, and you just speculate it won't work, you'll never know, and you could be very wrong. So will this create opportunities for human spaceflight? A resounding yes. Whether it be, using tools like ultrasound and modularity, we're going to talk about that in a second, whether it be taking people and, testing immunological things, such as the vaccine that went on, new fundoscopy, new OCT, which can be very personalized and precise because the computer is mapping your retina. And every time you look in there and they know it's subject 1, 2, 3, it goes back and says, oh, I know your retina. Is it the same the last time? The person doesn't even have to do anything. It's beautiful. So we can do increased risk prediction and accuracy. We can do refined risk management, informed resource allocation, and we can have greater transparency. Because what we used to think that was indestructible and the priority may not be that. They're just as vulnerable as anybody else. And Dr. Guillaume Verts, in his words about parastronauts, I agree with him, that there are all sorts of reasons why people with various, complex issues that they might have overcome are even better positioned to be in spaceflight. But we need to show that. And we need to work to get there. But there's many more benefits to be determined. So is precision always necessary? Well, time and much research will really tell. You got to do the work, and you have to have metrics, and you have to say, well, what were my expectations? And were my expectations met, or our expectations met? Phenotype will always provide a relatively accurate amount of information to act upon. That's where the rubber meets the road. What does it look like? How does it function? Can it lift the rock? Can it push the rock? Can it climb the stairs? Whatever it happens to be. But could the system have performed better if it were more precise? Could it have been safer? Could you have less stuff you had to take? You know, in the case of the human body, we may need people who need more vitamin D supplementation than others. You know, so do you have to carry all units for all people the entire flight? That these are the you know, the competitions that were on the resources. Preparing for exploration relies on confident predictions that may benefit from understanding precision when precision matters. And that really has to do because medical systems, just like the vehicle, are designed years or even decades before the mission. You're having to commit to some things, at least, you know, infrastructure and architecture. And so how do you accommodate precision before you know it's necessary? Or if it's precise, like I can't take 4 different kinds if there are 4 different crew members. What is precision really going to mean when it gets implemented? And that's where we got some work to do. But maybe in some cases, you can just allocate the space and commit to the solution later. Like we call it scarring. Like I know I'm going to need X, but I don't know what version of X and how modular. So that's my last bullet really here. Medical care and countermeasures can be personalized. You get the generic. The Kentaver is a beautiful example of this, the Russian Kentaver. In general, you fit the shorts and the calf sleeves, and then there's laces on the side. Tighten it up because you're a different size throughout the mission. So if you need orthostatic support, if someone builds you a garment and the garment is the garment, what are you going to do with it when it's too big or too small? You need something that's adaptable to you over time. Treadmill harness. We're only going to send, hopefully, someone treadmill. Hopefully we'll get a treadmill. But how do we connect the person to the treadmill? The harness, you know, and this was mentioned before by Box, you know, you got to be able to have different ways for the anthropometrics. Don't constrain the size of the person. Make the engineering figure it out. And so one, it needs to be comfortable, it needs to be appropriate, but it needs to be versatile. And then we got to figure out how to load them and how much load does each person need. You know, depending on your genetics, maybe the load you need to keep the bone density you need is different for each person. It's not all 1G possibly. We don't know G thresholds. We got to figure that out. And there may be a precision medicine answer to that, but let's go do the work. Ultrasound, amazing tool we've used for decades. #1 diagnostic tool on orbit. You know, I don't think on the ground they really thought about doing eye ultrasounds before. You know, we have kind of pushed the limit on what we do with ultrasound because we have to, because it is such a remarkable tool, a safe tool. It is a medical intervention that we can take, or diagnostic tool, and it could be interventional on top of it. So that multi-purpose nature is another one that starts to fit into that mold. It can be precise, but it also can be very dynamic and complex. So we started with, you know, a study to really bring forward and kind of settle some issues under the guidance of Dr. John Charles, Craig Kundroit, Mark Shellhammer, and really a cast of thousands to get the twin study and the 1-year mission up and running. But it laid the groundwork for some policy about genomic studies. But it was designed in such a way that you had phenotype and functional work and genomic work and precision work, and it was personalized. And when you look at the totality of the work and kind of the findings that continue to come out of it, and I encourage you to read them critically. Don't take someone's word for it. Look at the data. Understand the data and think about the context in which the data has been taken. Now, we can come up with a bunch of different discussions and conclusions about it, because I do not believe that spaceflight is inherently pathological. The human body is attempting to adapt, and in some cases, that adaptation can take us down a route. But overall, it's disuse atrophy. Your body is energy saving, and it is changing things to accommodate the fact that you're not making demands on it. And then suddenly we shift and make demands on the body. So I would have been shocked not to see change, right? What in the world? When do you expose the body to something as extreme as this and not expect to see change from pre-flight? So anyway, lots of change occurring. Doesn't mean it's all bad. So kind of temper our expectations. We got a lot more work to do, but we need to continue the complexity of work and have the totality and the comprehensiveness to create that topographical map of humanity and understand when benefits are there and when vulnerabilities are there and what type of opportunities can we provide to just lift someone up. It's okay to be vulnerable. We have tons of solutions and potential for new solutions. That's the work. Let's go do it. It's not to say, oh, you're vulnerable, you can't go, because if that's the attitude, no one can go. We are all genetically vulnerable. But that's a discussion for another day. I just think that, you know, with spaceflight and the humans that we send and the opportunities now with commercial space, we can really demonstrate that none of that diversity is negative. It is nothing but positive, and that the learnings will just be exponential. So after all of this discussion, talking about uniting and inspiring, the last image actually I got off the internet came from a recent, you know, RFP competition. And to me, it was just stunning, especially with that lens flare off the helmet. And there is no doubt that human space flight functions to inspire and unite. And to be ready on this day, in this moment, precision will be required for whomever is in that suit. So that's how I end my talk.
Wow. Holy cow, Jen. That was amazing. You inspired me today. And now you all see what I mean by depth and breadth for Dr. Fogerty. Thank you, Jen. We have a ton of questions for you, but unfortunately, I think people need to be rejuvenated with their own food, get some food. So here's the ask. Put your questions in the chat. Jen, I request that you go ahead and take your time, go get your sandwich, and then answer the questions via the Q&A feature, okay? And keep putting them in for Dr. Fogerty. And with that, we're going to take a break for 40 minutes, come back at the top of the hour. You do not want to miss this afternoon session. We are going to talk all about commercial spaceflight and the opportunities to increase the N, increase the number of people that we're going to look at with all of the challenges that they bring in terms of age and diversity and all kinds of other things that were discussed. And how do we do precision capabilities for everybody that goes to space to make it safe for them. So don't miss this afternoon. I will be leading a session on commercial spaceflight and what Trish has done recently with SpaceX and Inspiration 4. And then I'll be giving a talk about the innovations that Trish is funding across the board. And then we have our deputy administrator, another badass woman, Pam Melroy, and she'll be closing out the day with the plenary. So do not miss this afternoon. Go get your food and we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Hey, Ricky, can you read me?
Yes, Marcos, I'm going to go ahead and switch you to a presenter to do your test.
Okay. Currently not seeing an option to share content, but I am unmuted and I am showing my camera.
Stand by on that. So you should be able to, you're a co-host right now, so you should be able to switch to presenter. Right now, my controls are not working, so I'm going to have to fix that.
It's unfortunately not giving me an option to share. The share button is kind of like grayed out.
Yeah, if you hover over your name on the participants list, you should be able to change your
Change role.
yeah,
Make
change your
presenter.
role to make a presenter.
Got it. Figured it out. Okay, so share my screen. See my screen.
And go ahead and pop that into the full screen mode, and we'll see if it looks proper.
After they're done, can I test mine as well?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Screen went to another screen. So I just need to stop sharing. All right, should be good now.
Yeah, that looks good. Nice full screen.
We can see it.
Awesome. All right, so I think that's it for my test. I think I know what I need to do to set up Pam for this afternoon.
We're good. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and try.
And Dorita went ahead and made you a presenter. So yeah, you can go ahead
Great.
and give it a shot.
Can you see everything?
Yes, we're seeing your presenter view. So if you go up to the display setting on that screen, you can either swap screens or mirror. It's in the top menu on the upper sort of left.
Panel. Share.
So there should be a show taskbar and display settings and then end show on your presenter view.
Share content, share media, share my meeting.
So it should be right above the window where you up. Oh, there we go. Now we're seeing full screen. Yes, now that's looking good.
So now you're seeing full screen.
Yes.
Okay, so I will do whatever the heck I just did if I have a problem later. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Ricky, this is Jimmy. Can I do a quick test as well of a screen share?
Sure. I just went ahead and made you presenter, so you can go ahead and share your screen.
All right, see it. Thank you. And then when you get an opportunity, can you give Emmanuel, I think, co-host? I think he's trying to see if he can unmute himself. How do I look?
That looks good, full screen. And how is Emmanuel logged in? I don't see him in the room.
I don't see him either.
He's
Have him log back in.
E.Yorketta.
Oh, there it is.
Hi, Ricky. Thank you for adding me as co-host. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, we didn't think of putting up some cool music.
Some sci-fi music.
Yeah, some space music. Hello, everybody. Hope you got some sustenance and maybe caffeinated a little bit. This afternoon actually will be very invigorating. So if you got your coffee, you're still going to be okay. Thanks for joining us. You are the diehards, staying with us all the way to the end. And we saved the best for last, if I may say so myself. This afternoon, we're going to kick off with a panel that I'm going to be moderating that includes a couple of very close colleagues of mine. So this is the Trish panel on commercial spaceflight. What we wanted to do is really talk about the benefits of increasing the knowledge base through looking at additional individuals who are now going to space on a more regular basis. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce two colleagues. Dr. Emmanuel Urqueta holds a medical degree from Anuak University. I hope I said that right, Emmanuel, in Mexico City, and Masters of Science in Aerospace Medicine from Wright State in Dayton, Ohio. Emmanuel is an emergency medicine physician, and he worked with the Mexico City Department of Public Health and Safety as a flight surgeon doing essentially condor missions. It sounds as exciting as it is, rescue missions in the city of Mexico City to rescue people who have medical emergencies. He holds a private license certificate as well. He also volunteered in medical missions in underserved regions in Mexico and Nigeria and Africa, and he was a volunteer paramedic for the Mexican Red Cross for more than 5 years. Emmanuel was actually selected to be an analog astronaut in Johnson Space Center's HERA, the Human Exploration Research Analog, and he spent 30 days closed up with a crew simulating a mission to Mars, and he will tell you food is a #1 priority. So get him to tell you over a beer how much food is important. Currently, I have the pleasure of having him as part of the Trish team. He serves as our chief medical officer at Trish. He's also an interim chief scientist. He has also a faculty appointment as an assistant professor at Baylor College of Medicine in the Department of Emergency Medicine and the Center for Space Medicine. He's also a pilot, as I mentioned, and a scuba diver. And in his free time, he builds a lot of Lego rocket ships. With that, I'm now going to turn it over to Jimmy Woo. Jimmy Woo, it's a pleasure to have known him for many, many years when he served at NASA. He also is part of the Trish team. He is serving currently as our senior biomedical engineer, and he brings many years experience as an engineer, biomedical engineer, working in an operational setting with NASA at the Human Research Program. Jimmy is also now a faculty at the Center for Space Medicine, and he's absolutely essential for us implementing with commercial space flight. He brings so much knowledge to taking the innovations that we bring in through Trish and making them operational. And so we're just thrilled to have the two of them today. They are absolutely the brains behind the commercial space flight program that we've instituted at Trish. So with that, I'm going to ask Emmanuel to go ahead and pull up the slides. I will actually introduce this deck. My dog just got a hold of a paper bottle. He's crunching and making a lot of noise, so I apologize for that. Okay, let's put up our slides, Emmanuel, and let's kick this off.
I'm trying to pull them. Jimmy, I thought you were going to pull the slides.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Ricky, can I get permissions to present? Thank you.
Okay, can you make it bigger, or is this is as big as we're gonna get? Okay, maybe it's just on my screen. Okie dokie, go to the next slide, please, Jimmy. So what we are doing here at Trish is nothing short of developing the future of healthcare and the future of human health. And we're using space exploration as the forcing function, as my friend Jen likes to call it, a forcing function to innovate around healthcare capability and health physiological research. Next slide, please. So our mission is nothing short of seeking the most disruptive capabilities, whether they be in early stage of development or late stage of development, ready for market or very soon come to market, working both universities and companies to bring the best of technology, medicine, and innovations in science to NASA in order to reduce the risks to humans traveling in space. And now NASA, our close partners in the Human Research Program, have a very strong research program of their own, both intramural research and extramural research, and they make steady progress in reducing the risks. They've really looked for Trish to be the nimble partner that could take more risks and move very agilely when an opportunity comes up to kind of complement their efforts in making those giant leaps, as we will need to when we put boot prints on the lunar surface again and thinking about Mars in the future. Next slide, please. So what are we investing in? So right now we're using the International Space Station as a platform to really test capabilities. People are pretty healthy. We've been living on the ISS for about 20 years. They come back, their bones, their muscles, their hearts, we're doing okay. But as we think about the paradigm moving further away from Earth and going back to the moon, the risks become very different. So in terms of the medical capabilities, in terms of the exposure to radiation, and many, many other factors become more of an issue, whereas today, they're not so much of a concern. And then thinking about beyond the moon and leaving our own environment of the moon and Earth, going out to deep space and going to Mars, that creates a whole slew of other risks that really need to be addressed in terms of our capabilities. Next slide, please. So what we're trying to do at Trish, and in order to address the issues of personalizing medicine and making sure that spaceflight is a safe environment for everybody that goes and not just for a more uniform set of people that were highly selected, we're trying to understand the differences between individuals that Dr. Fogerty talked about. So we are doing this right now by sending more people to space, but as you realize, and Dr. Arqueta will talk to you a little bit about it, the number of individuals who've been to space is actually fairly small, and it's not as diverse as we would like. So I'll leave that to him to explain further. But what Trish has done, and this will be my last slide before I kick it off to my colleagues, is engage the commercial spaceflight companies because they are bringing spaceflight participants to the table that will help us increase the N. So we've put in place relationships with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, Space Adventures, and others, and we are now looking to work with them to study those individuals who are participating in spaceflights as private citizens. And with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Dorit. The next slide, Jimmy. So as you heard from Dorit, we are in an absolutely unique opportunity in the history of human spaceflight. This is really the next chapter of human spaceflight that brings the access to spaceflight to people like you and I, and really all of the world. So we're very, very privileged to be working in this during this part of the history of of human spaceflight. So the program that we have been developing at Trish for the last 7 to 8 months is the EXPAND program. And EXPAND stands for Enhancing Exploration Platforms and Analog Definition. So this is a program that aggregates most of the commercial spaceflight providers and also other analogs for human spaceflight. And this is standardizing how we collect the data. And I will go through some of the challenges because each spaceflight provider is completely different. A lot of the standards and the requirements, the medical certification, the design reference missions, the vehicles, the duration, they're all different. So it is a big challenge to come close to standardizing and normalizing this data, but we are developing tools and capabilities to be able to do this among the multiple commercial spaceflight providers. The next one, Jimmy. One of the, I think, most important things and most relevant items to consider when working with commercial spaceflight is how different this population is. And Dorit mentioned this briefly on her presentation. And most of these spaceflight participants are not professional astronauts. They have not been training for years, number one, to become astronaut candidates and then getting their astronaut wings and then training multiple years for a single 6-year mission. These are people that have normal daytime jobs and they are going into space. So this brings a lot of challenges because they are, number one, they're paying to go into space, and everything that they decide to do in spaceflight as it relates to research, it comes to the cost of devoting that time that they actually paid to be in space. So our approach is based on the premise that we want to make all of these research projects as easy as easy to be implemented for these participants, and with a minimum time requirement both for implementation during spaceflight and also as minimal training as possible before spaceflight. Yet we want to have projects that are scientifically sound and that will provide us this new body of evidence that we need from commercial spaceflight. So considering these premises, we developed a research packages approach. So what we do is that we offer packages to the spaceflight participants to consent and to participate in spaceflight. And basically, the bare minimum that we want to collect is what we call the essentials. This is the minimal crew and minimal up mass for them, because the other thing is that each of them, they have a specific amount of mass and volume that they are allowed to take into space. And anything that we bring from a research perspective, it comes to the cost of them assigning these on their personal allocation for spaceflight. So we are very, very critical on making sure that this is as easy as possible. The next layer in the packages is the benchmarking. This requires a little bit of more crew time and up mass. And the third one, we like to call it the expeditionary package, and this is including a lot of the research projects. All of these we try to have as minimum burden for the crew members. And when I talk in the next slide, you will see the technology layer on the commercial spaceflight. All of these technologies that we're trying to deploy in these settings are as minimum obtrusive as possible. And in the cases that we have to collect biological samples in spaceflight, we also try to do this with capillary blood rather than having full venous blood through a phlebotomy. So all of our approaches are as unobtrusive as possible. The next one, Jimmy. So now I'm going to talk about the data architecture, the medical and the research data, and how we have been able to standardize this, and then my colleague Jimmy will give you an example of an implementation example with Inspiration 4 that I'm sure that all of you heard. It flew a few months ago, and we were able to deploy multiple projects in that mission. So that was a very successful first implementation from commercial spaceflight at Trish. The next one, Jimmy. So how are we approaching this? So the first one is we need to understand how medical and research data are typically collected, transmitted, and accessed. Number two, we have been developing a data architecture that organizes both research and medical data, because this database that we have been developing, that I will mention briefly in the next slide, wants to aggregate not only research data from the projects that we have been deploying into spaceflight, but also the medical data from these participants. And this is extremely important so that we can have a holistic understanding of their physiology, of their health, and then understanding how this changes in spaceflight. And remember, these spaceflight participants, some of them have some medical conditions before going into space. They're not as highly screened as your professional astronauts. And this is a very unique capability to understand edge cases and to prepare us for the unknown unknowns that, of course, will come on missions both to the Moon and Mars. So this is a very unique capability for us to have access to these very unique cases. So again, we're working with commercial spaceflight companies, with people that have daytime jobs. So everything that is implemented in these areas needs to be fast, needs to be nimble, needs to be as optimized as possible. So one of the biggest challenges is really making sure that we have all of the governance, all of the ethical approvals, and all of the institutional review board approvals to conduct this research. And usually this takes a long time, and most of the time there is a consent that the crew members have to sign for each project. So it takes a lot of time, not only on getting the documents ready, but also on crew time itself. So they have to allocate some of the time to go through the briefing, where we explain them what research is going to be done, and then they have to decide if they will consent to the research itself. So this usually takes time. So for the first flight, Inspiration 4 flight that my colleague Jimmy will mention, we were able to develop a centralized IRB, a single consent form that includes all of the research projects that were deployed during the Inspiration 4 mission. So rather than having to go through multiple consent briefings, one for each project, we were able to centralize and combine all of them into a single consent and a single briefing. So this really reduces the time that the crew needs to do this, and it potentially increases the likelihood that they will consent to participate in this research. So this was able to be done with WCG IRB, is one of the commercial IRBs that is most trusted in the United States. And we were able to get the single consent form and approved in just 3 weeks, from single consent form to approval in 3 weeks. So this gives you an idea of how fast we have to work when dealing with commercial spaceflight. So usually, just to give an idea, this usually takes months to get an approval like this, and we were able to get it in just 3 weeks, working very hard with both of our commercial spaceflight partners and also with our funded investigators on Baylor College of Medicine. The next slide, Jimmy. So I was mentioning that one of the foundational premises of Expand, of our commercial spaceflight program, is that this is a research-driven program. It's not a technology-driven program, but a research-driven program. So we understand what are the physiologic changes during the continuum when a person goes into space. And based on that premise, we have been developing what we call a commercial spaceflight uniform studies for Trish. So what this means? This means that we have a matrix that tries to standardize and normalize what we want to collect from spaceflight, from commercial spaceflight, regardless of the mission duration, the provider, the vehicle, or where they're going into space. And as you can imagine, this is a big challenge, because there's big differences if you are just going around the Earth for 3 days, like the case of the Inspiration 4 mission, or if you're going to do a lunar flyby for a few days. So there is not only the difference in time, but also the difference to environmental exposures, right? It's not the same being around the Earth from a radiation exposure than going into deep space past the Van Allen belts on a mission to the Moon. So these commercial spaceflight uniform studies program tries to standardize from a research-driven perspective what we want to collect. And of course, then there's a technology layer that selects technologies that are as minimally invasive as possible and as minimally obtrusive as possible so that we can inform the research questions upon which this program is founded. What we want to collect, I was mentioning medical data, research data that is implemented in spaceflight. Also, we collect environmental data from the vehicle so that we have a holistic understanding of also the environmental changes that could potentially impact these health changes in spaceflight. And we also have the capability to collect biobank in this mission. So we're collecting blood, saliva, urine, stools, and other bodily fluids that we're collecting in these missions, and also some skin swabs. So we're very lucky to be housed at Baylor College of Medicine, and we have one of the 5 genome sequencing centers in the U.S. from the NIH, and we have world-class facilities and personnel at Baylor that are helping us to be able to collect and to centralize these biosamples at Baylor College of Medicine. Now, you can see here the health continuum, right, of someone going into space. And I was saying that this will allow us to understand the edge cases from people that are not necessarily as healthy as your professional astronauts during the entire duration of spaceflight and then after they come back to Earth. There's also some other things that we are collecting in these missions. Of course, one of the big challenges is that the estimations of the people going into space in the future years from the commercial spaceflight perspective is that most of them are going to be actually international participants. So from a governance and data perspective, this is something relatively challenging because, as you know, the standards in the US and the requirements in the US from a medical data perspective are different from other countries. So this program takes that into consideration so that we can, in fact, consent and pull medical data not only from US participants and research done in the US, but also international participants and even spaceflight that is not launching from the US. And my colleague Jimmy Wu will mention a mission that we've been working for the last few months that is launching on December 8th from Russia, the MS-20 mission that is carrying 2 Japanese civilians into space. Now, I'm showing you all of the capabilities that we have, but then let's go back to why we want to do this and what is the value of doing this for human spaceflight and really for general healthcare, not only spaceflight, but also on Earth. So you can see here a chart. The next one, Jimmy, please. You can see here a chart of roughly how many humans have been into space during the last 60 years of really the entire history of human spaceflight. And roughly there have been 550 humans that have been into space. And if we look at the demographic and gender perspectives, we see that there is not a lot of diversity. We see that most of them have been men, and most of them have been American men. Now, if we look at the diversity, only roughly 67 or 12% have been females. Only 17, roughly 3% have been African Americans, and only 34, roughly 6% have been Asians. And really, this does not represent how the population looks on Earth. And as we develop technologies both for the Moon and Mars that require large data sets that are actually representative of the terrestrial population, both from a gender and demographic perspectives, if we are trying to look at what I like to call the 3 Ps, is prediction, prevention, and personalization of medical and healthcare, we will need to have a database that has a large number of people flying to space, but not only a large number, but also a demographically and gender diverse pool of data from people going to space. So these new commercial spaceflight arena, this new chapter of human spaceflight, I am very convinced that it will give us those data sets, those diverse data sets, so that we can develop all of the technologies that will make us go successfully to both back to the Moon and then to Mars in the future. And just before I move this to my colleague Jimmy, my last slide, Jimmy, if we can go to the next one. Just in the last few months, we have seen multiple commercial flights going into space. You can see here on the first slide, you can see a lot of diversity there. There's 2 males, 2 females, 1 African American in the Inspiration 4 mission, and also the first cancer survivor and a person flying with a prosthetic device. You can see on that picture. Then on the right, with blue origin, you can see the youngest people going into space. And then just on the lower right corner, you can see the oldest person going into space. So we have had absolute extremes of people going to space. The youngest, the oldest, the first cancer survivor. And then the last picture that I have here on the lower left corner, you can see 2 of the prime crew members and 1 of the backup crew members for the MS-20 mission. And we can see also Japanese civilians going into space. So I hope that you have a good understanding of what we're trying to achieve with commercial spaceflight at Trish, the absolutely unique opportunities that we have going forward, and what is the value of working with these commercial spaceflight providers, both for the general commercial spaceflight community, but also for NASA to understand the edge cases and how we can provide a better healthcare for agency astronauts going back to the Moon and Mars. And with this, I will turn this to my colleague, Jimmy, which he will tell you everything about our first successful mission and future plans for commercial spaceflight.
Great, thank you, Emmanuel. Next, I'd like to be able to talk about the EXPAND program at a different level, at a different layer. So as Emmanuel referred to, and Dorita kind of gave a broad overview. Emmanuel talked about our program overall, and now I want to kind of dive in a little bit deeper and talk about how we implemented the program for the SpaceX Inspiration 4 flight. Specifically, I can talk about, I'm planning to talk about the science that we had conducted, and I have to kind of share some anecdotal evidence regarding implementation and how we did the operations for being able to train and get the crew ready for their mission and be able to collect their science, and then how they were able to sort of the success they've had with the data collection. And then unfortunately, obviously we don't have a whole lot of preliminary data to show, and obviously we'd like for our principal investigators to be able to share that when they're ready to present at future conferences and opportunities. So please stand by and stay tuned to those opportunities so you can hear about the science that was conducted on this mission. And then obviously I'd like to talk about some upcoming ones. So there are obviously the opening of the gates of sort of the space rush, as I like to call it, for now sort of the increased access of spaceflight to humanity, and also the democratization of it, where now, as my colleagues Dorit and Emmanuel referred to, a lot more diverse human population now has access to space. All right, so let's talk about the science that we did. We had, as Emmanuel talked about, we really wanted to pick a science portfolio that was minimal burden to the crew. We knew their priority was to enjoy the experience. And even though the mission itself was expected to be 3 days, there's only so much you can do in space. And there's a lot that they had planned themselves that were outside of the science that if you guys followed the mission, they did a lot of public affairs events. Jared Eisenman was at St. Jude's heavily involved with the mission, and the whole mission is essentially a fundraiser for that organization. So we obviously did not want to overstep our bounds with providing the science, but we wanted to support, bring science that was in line with the vision that this crew had for the mission. And so with that, we found some really low burden science that allowed for us to be able to collect basic fundamental understanding of what happens to the human body in space, as Emmanuel referred to earlier, sort of the baseline benchmarks, if each passenger consented to the science participation. So we collected some health vital information and physiological information from a smartwatch platform. So the crew members did wear that. You probably saw that during some of the photo opportunities and whatnot. And so that data was collected both pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight to try to capture as much of their physiology and health vitals before the mission, during the mission, and afterwards. And we also had them increase the amount of data that was collected during their actual exams to actually see if there was anything physiologically was changing while they were performing the science. So on the performance front, we also had a neurocognitive performance battery that was conducted through a tablet platform. And so this is a battery of 10 exams that tests their performance. And so this is something that is really interesting to know about, because when we are all placed in stressful environments, whether it's at work or wherever, or even I think a lot of us had this affect us during our COVID isolations when we were trying to figure out what was going to happen to ourselves and our loved ones and friends during the pandemic. We obviously experienced that stress. Did our performance change in any way? So just like going into space, it's a stressful environment. Obviously, the anticipation of the mission itself has its burden on the crew. And so we wanted to understand, did their performance change before the mission, while they're in flight, and then potentially afterwards? Next, we also had a small handheld, pocket-sized ultrasound probe that attaches to a smartphone that allows us to get some ultrasound of some non-invasive imaging of internal body parts. And so the crew actually was able to do scanning of their eye, the intrajugular vein, and the bladder during this mission. And those of you that aren't familiar with ultrasound, it's actually a fairly high technical skill that you go through years and months of training in order to be proficient at. And so what was really interesting about executing this study for this crew was the kind of the low amount of training we were able to provide the crew, and that they were able to at least successfully perform the studies. Now, again, we're still assessing the data itself to determine the quality of the data, but I think the PIs in the earlier conversations with them were really happy with just the amount of data collection they did. And so that was really encouraging in of itself. And so again, because of, like I said, we didn't want this to be high burden science where it was dedicated a lot of time and hours before the mission to get trained and be super proficient with ultrasound. We wanted to find a sweet spot with our technologies that allow for good science to be conducted, yet understanding operationally that we don't have the amount of training and the pre-existing skills and knowledge to be able to perform a task as complex as ultrasound sonography. So again, this is a really interesting study and an interesting device to be able to collect this type of imaging, because it is the modality that is heavily used in spaceflight because of its small mass power volume footprint, and also its ability to see within the body that the research community is really excited about, just the general spaceflight research community is excited about. And so if we can provide this for now, future commercial spaceflight passengers, this obviously the volume of data that we can collect will greatly increase. Next is our specimen sample collection opportunity. So as Emmanuel referred to earlier, our program is looking at collecting biosamples and storing them in a repository for future research, so that who knows, in 5 to 10 years, we could have the next great breakthrough in terms of analysis of these samples. So we obviously want to collect the sample now in case something like that happens, and or as more and more humans fly, we start uncovering undiscovered or previously undiscovered conditions in spaceflight, and we want to be able to look at earlier samples to determine did this exist even with our early passengers? We just didn't notice it, or it wasn't manifested yet. So this program, this biosample collection program with blood, saliva, and dried spot collection was also something our Inspiration 4 crew members participated in. We're very happy that they donated those samples to us, and those are currently being archived right now within our program. And these samples are also collected pre and post flight as well, so it wasn't just necessarily in flight. And then lastly, the last scientific program we had, or project we had, was actually something that was done just before the mission and after mission. So there was no in-flight component associated with this. And this is testing the motor sensory adaptation that crew members or passengers had because of the stressful experience of going through an altered gravity environment, where you go from 1G to a high G environment during launch, and then 0G during the orbit around the Earth, and then return and landing and back to Earth and readjusting to 1G. And so this is a testing battery that this investigator is just seeing if there are ways to be able to predict if a passenger will experience disorientation, space motion sickness in space flight, so that we may be able to prevent a negative experience of nausea and malaise and things like that that has been referred to and that a lot of our NASA astronauts also experience. And so we're really hoping that this battery testing can be done with all future participants in order to get a wide range of demographics and diversity to understand, like, is this a phenomenon that occurs for everyone? And then obviously the benefit is if it is proven that this hypothesis is true, be able to predict that your likelihood of a unpleasant experience or disorientation in spaceflight, we might be able to provide some countermeasures during your mission so that you're not having a bad time. You know, again, if you're going to be a paid customer going to space, you want to have an enjoyable experience. You want the whole thing to be a positive outcome. And so to have your mission be derailed for a majority of it because you're just feeling miserable is really not the experience these launch providers want to have, or that we would wish upon someone who would go on such a grand adventure as going into space. So we're hoping the science is really fruitful and that future participants are also able to contribute to this body of science. I'm driving, so this should be a little bit easier. All right, so we have a picture here of our inspiration for crew, and so I want to kind of talk a little bit about the operations here. As you can see, there's not a whole lot of stowage space, right? And if you guys were following the mission, you know, the crew had a lot of other things that they flew into space. And so you can see there's not a lot of locker space. You can kind of see below Cyan and Jared here, this rack, and then there's a little bit of a black storage area below their seats. It's there's not a lot of volume. And so again, this goes back to having devices and technologies that are very low mass power volume footprint and are easily to unstow and deploy and use and then restow and put back. And with our science, we actually were able to get a science block of time for each day they were in the mission. And so because of that kind of frequent access, we were able to get our hardware stowed in an easily accessible location. So there wasn't stuffed all the way in the back of everything where they had to kind of dig at it and get it out. So we were fortunate because of the nature of our science that we kind of were given that priority by the crew. So that was a nice benefit to our science and the operations. For pre-flight, a lot of the training with regards to how SpaceX implemented it was they did the training in conjunction with their pre-flight data collection. So they kind of overlapped and able to minimize the amount of time the crew, optimize the amount of time the crew had for their science. And so a lot of the pre-flight testing occurred over the span of 5 to 2 weeks before the mission. And that's kind of how it was organized. One additional thing with her interesting note with the ultrasound device is it also served as the medical device as well. And so that was an opportunity from an operations perspective to kind of not have a research capability and a clinical capability separate from each other. And so the two were basically the same hardware. And so there was some dual use opportunities there with some of our hardware. So that was kind of a nice, interesting thing to highlight. And so operationally, everything seemed well. Like I said, the crew was able to collect data at all the desired data points, data opportunities. So like I said, the investigators are really happy with kind of the compliance with how the crew members collected their data and when they collected it. And so, it just remains to be seen with the future conferences, the quality of the data and any interesting findings that the investigators might find with this data as they finish their analysis. So next, I want to shift on to what is coming up. And as my colleague Emmanuel said, we have 2 missions that upcoming that Trish will be supporting with regards to the science that I just described. First is the MS-20 mission on December 8th with 2 Japanese passengers. And then we have a Axiom 1 launch in February 21st, 2020. 2022. And so we are hoping to provide the science support for those missions. However, in this case, we are planning to only do the pre and post-flight data collection on this. Both these missions are planning to go to the International Space Station. And so that was the opportunity to work there, while it would have been really exciting, just something that wasn't possible. And so we've decided to focus on the pre and post-flight opportunities to collect this data. And one thing that we will do, in addition to some of the testing that I described earlier that we did with Inspiration 4, is we are adding a couple more exams. And as Emmanuel talked about earlier, because of the nature of the Inspiration 4 mission and sort of the short runway we had to prepare for it, we were able to only provide a small subset of the data we want to collect as the larger sort of wide-scale uniform survey we want of biomedical health for commercial astronauts. And so we are slowly increasing that complement of science. And so one of the new things that we're adding for these upcoming missions is autorefraction or visual acuity testing. The SANS issue, the space-flight associated neuroocular syndrome that the professional astronauts are experiencing, we obviously want to be able to collect some data on the commercial astronauts' vision to see if they're experiencing the same thing, or even just to increase the data set. So that's a new set of testing that we're implementing with this, and obviously we want to be able to perform other more comprehensive types of vision testing as well, going into retinal imaging, OCT, et cetera. So we'll see as this program goes what additional science we can do. But again, we have to balance it with devices that are small, light, easy to use, require minimal examination time, et cetera, so that it's a minimal burden to our passengers. And then we're also going to add sort of capability to do questionnaires, right? So how was your experience? What was, did you enjoy, did you not enjoy it? But also experiences, questionnaire that are similar to what NASA collects on their astronauts, so that maybe there might be an opportunity to kind of compare the data sets, looking into a personality assessment, looking at how their sleep is going, how their exercise is going, et cetera. So Trish is looking to deploy a questionnaire-based platform that allows for these questions to be asked to the passengers, probably on a mobile or a tablet platform. So that's just really easy for them to provide the data, and the data is automatically deposited into our Expand database. And so with that, I think that concludes my portion that I wanted to share with you guys. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I believe Dorit will come back on here and to wrap up this panel. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thanks, Jimmy. So now you can see why I have such a great time working with these people. They're just incredible professionals. Thanks, Emmanuel. Thanks, Jimmy. You did a great job laying everything out. Jimmy, there's a question for you to answer while I'm speaking relating to the size and dimensions of things. So our biomedical engineer is the perfect person to answer your question. Keep those questions coming. We have a little bit of time. I don't want to run too early because I'm sure Pam Melroy is squeezing us in a particular schedule. So I'm going to wrap us up for this panel, and we could take some questions after I'm done, or I can start early on my plenary. I always tend to go overboard or over time, so maybe it would be good to start early. I'm going to wrap up first by saying we cannot have done any of this without the SpaceX team. So we are really aligned with them in the sense that we move very quickly. So this was a twinkle in our eye back in March, and by September 15th, we were flying. So when you think about a full complement of experiments in a brand new vehicle with a brand new research platform, putting in place a brand new database and IRB and consent forms and a capability and a whole bunch of researchers contributing across the nation, about 6 researchers. All of this was put together in a really short amount of time. And it's because everybody was nimble, nobody said no. We just worked together to make this happen, the Trish team together with the SpaceX team. And I really want to shout out to Anil Menon and Jaime Mateos, who made this happen, who absolutely got all the training done, all the certification, and really was the pioneer to open up this possibility, not just for future flights with SpaceX doing more research, but showed the way for other providers as well. So I'm thrilled to have been so successful in our first flight together. So now there's more work to be done, and we are talking with the commercial providers and spaceflight in particular about a research-focused flight. Let's do something that really addresses some of the major concerns from NASA that it can't do very easily right now with current astronauts and with the ISS mission profiles. So we have some really exciting things coming, and stay tuned. We're going to blow you away with what the plans are and what kinds of answers that we can deliver to the entire community. We're definitely looking at more continuous monitoring. What you see there is ECG, so the heart rhythm, but also intracranial pressure. This is something that is an unsolved problem for the agency. We see this fluid shift, the spaceflight associated neuroocular syndrome, which Jimmy talked about, which manifests not just in the visual changes, which we're starting to address now with the testing of the vision alterations pre and post flight, but also there may be something going on with pressure in the brain. So we want to be able to start to look at that. And then being able to really do some good in-flight blood samples. We did the first test of that using a device, but we want to look at extending that capability to be able to really do in situ analysis and also maybe even DNA synthesis in space flight, to be able to actually develop capabilities that could be therapeutic in the future. And then we had a lovely talk by Yorn Ritwigger about aging, and he didn't have enough time to really spend on what we can learn from spaceflight about human aging. And as Dr. Fogerty was talking about, spaceflight is a forcing function for our bodies to adapt. We are learning so much from the adaptation to spaceflight, and perhaps aging is an adaptation to time. Essentially, our bodies degrading over time. And so what can we learn about the spaceflight environment that can perhaps reduce inflammation? So for me, starting to look at some aging markers in spaceflight, pre and post in particular, is really an exciting opportunity to really make an impact here on Earth. So with that, I don't know if I have one more slide, Jimmy. I can't remember. Is this it? Okay, we're up for questions. We have about 16 minutes. We ended early. I can either start my plenary or we can see if Victor has any questions for us that we haven't yet answered.
Dr. Donovel, I do have some questions that were either asked now or at previous sessions and saved them for y'all.
Okay.
So one of the first ones is, could you give your contact information for those that would like to work with or offer services or respond to Trish?
Sure. So my contact information is just my last name, and people know how it's spelled, at bcm.edu, Baylor College of Medicine, bcm.edu.
Could you, one of y'all talk about how the NASA-Trish partnership can not only help make commercial space travel safer and healthier, but help NASA for its exploration missions?
Absolutely. So one thing that I think we were trying to cover so much, Emmanuel and Jimmy also have another slide deck basically that talks about the design reference mission, right? So what NASA, it's DRM, NASA loves their acronyms. But what we look at in terms of the capabilities for us to do research on the flights really depends on the length of the mission. So, for example, it didn't make sense for us to look at bone markers in the short duration flight. Maybe you start to see some bone degradation. The early stages of bone degradation might be interesting in the zero G gravity because they didn't have the capability of exercising. But in terms of the duration of the flight, some of the changes we see in the astronauts really take a much longer period to manifest. So depending on the length of the mission, we kind of carefully selected the research that makes sense. And so, for example, vision changes, we have spoken with experts, and that's why we're doing the refractive error to see whether the vision in the commercial flyers actually, to quantitate those changes. So those are the issues that make sense for the duration of the mission, the architecture of the mission, where they're going, and then relate back to the top priority risks for NASA. So we are really focused, because we're a NASA-funded entity and closely partnered with HRP, Human Research Program. We really do focus on the top priority risks for astronauts. For example, we're probably not going to be prioritizing real high issues of diabetes, although we're going to collect, because astronauts typically are not diabetics, but we're going to collect information on insulin and glucose sensitivity, because long term we may actually start to see changes or impairments. In fact, there have been a few papers to suggest that insulin sensitivity and glucose homeostasis may change in spaceflight, probably related to an overall adaptation or inflammation status. So it's really a matter of prioritizing top risks for NASA, but also looking at the duration of the flight. Jimmy, Emmanuel, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think that is a really good answer, and that's really the big challenge, right? How can we standardize among the different DRMs? So we carefully select, and the slide that I was showing, the baseline package, that is at least what we want to collect, regardless of the design reference missions, regardless of the carrier. And I think another point, going back to Victor's question, is how can these also work as analogs for NASA missions, right? And in the case of the Inspiration 4 mission, it was a 3-day mission, just orbiting around the Earth, but that is an analog for a transit mission to the moon, right? The early Artemis missions are going to take 3 or 4 days on transit between the Earth and the moon. So we also try to understand these from an analogs. Even though they're spaceflight missions, they can also be analogs for longer duration missions. So we try to understand all of these different perspectives so that we can bring value back to the agency.
Yeah, and I want to add, from a technology perspective, an engineering perspective, it's our program can serve also as a pipeline for new and better and more innovative ways of collecting this vital health information from passengers, because it's still humans going into space, and we still want to have these to be low footprint, low burden, low effort, easy to use devices. And so if it's easier to provide that on a commercial launch mission and be able to implement and test it there as an analog, perhaps that's also a solution that the astronauts on the NASA side can use as well. So I think it really becomes a two-way street here with regards to learning from each other's programs, because, as described, the missions are different. The missions are different, the destinations are different, the cohort's different, right? The astronaut population is different from the general population. So despite knowing those differences, I think at the end there's a lot of overlap with regards to how we keep them healthy, because it's still, at the end of the day, humans, and we have to keep them healthy. We have to keep them performing at a high level, and we want them to enjoy their experience in spaceflight, because this is a whole new enterprise. This is humans in space, and we want to make it for everyone. And we have to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to have a great time should they decide to go.
As a follow-up to your answer, Mr. Wu, what is Trish doing to help get this new, smaller, more autonomous diagnostic and imaging technologies for flight?
Yeah, so we're obviously open to the latest and greatest and technologies out there. For us, we obviously want these technologies to be validated. So in the marketplace, has thousands of uses on human subjects, and that's what we're looking for. We're as part of the commercial spaceflight program. Now, Trish separately has a technology research development program as well for lower maturity type projects that do need some assistance and opportunities with grants and funding to try to mature their technologies and for validation and even commercialization. We have an industry program as well. So we are kind of span, both the early development readiness level and then later more mature readiness levels as well. And so depending on your technology, or if you've got an idea, I think have an opportunity to bring you in if it's something we find that could be useful for us on spaceflight.
Thank you. If a prospective commercial space traveler wants to participate in research, can they contact Trish directly?
Absolutely.
Sure. Yes. Contact us. Yeah. We you never know where the innovations are going to come from, right, guys?
Yeah.
Could you expand a little bit on what is needed next for public-private partnerships for gathering biomedical data?
More money. I'm serious. I mean, so this whole commercial spaceflight program was never in our budget. This just came up as an opportunity, and we had to scrape together the change in our cushions to make this happen. And this was never even conceived of. We didn't even know this was coming, but we are so efficient in our funding, and I have to say, you know, NASA's been incredibly supportive of us. Whatever we want to do, as long as it's in line with our mission to deliver innovations and capabilities to the agency, they're fine with it. And so we scraped together some cash at the last minute at the end of the year to make this program happen. But it is a beast, because more and more people want to do more and more research, and we want to do it for them. But it eats up a lot of money, and so we're actually now, you know, knocking on some additional doors because we need additional funding. So, you know, any agency that wants to help, any other parts of NASA, we want to make sure that we continue the innovation early stage work as well, and not just consume our entire program with commercial spaceflight. So we spent a lot of effort and time, you know, in the last 6 months making this happen, and we're thrilled that it's successful. But we also have to keep our day jobs, so to speak, to continue to find early stage things that we want to develop, and that requires more money.
Here, here. One of the questions that's always asked at NASA is the research that you do for space travelers, does it help for terrestrial medicine as well? Can you expand on that potential?
Emmanuel, why don't you take that?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a great question, Victor. So, you know, the uniqueness of spaceflight is really one of a kind platform to test technologies and to develop capabilities for terrestrial healthcare, and not only for isolated populations. Of course, a lot of the telemedicine and you know, constrained resources technologies that we develop for spaceflight have direct implications and applications for underserved and isolated communities, but also for people like you and I and everybody on the audience today. All of these technologies that Jimmy and I were mentioning that have a low footprint are able to even measure your biometric data and your physiology without you even realizing, right? As minimally obtrusive as possible. This really increases the likelihood of improving the healthcare for everybody, because there could be a technology in the future that could, in the morning you wake up, you're just you know, getting ready to go to work, and you could be, these technologies could be measuring without you even realizing all of your physiology. And these large data sets can then include artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms to, again, going back to the 3 Ps, right? Predict, personalize, and prevent. So absolutely, Victor, and the person who asked this question, I think this is a great platform to mature technologies for terrestrial healthcare, but again, not only for isolated communities, because that's usually the first thing that comes to mind, but also for the general population.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jimmy.
I just wanted to show, like, so we had that one photo of the Inspiration 4 crew using the ultrasound, handheld ultrasound. And I think if you just kind of look at that photo, I hope that a lot of folks in the audience can kind of see themselves, right? I mean, you're not talking about astronauts. We're talking about Haley Arsenault, a young PA with minimal training in ultrasound, being able to perform exams on herself. And so that's the type of paradigm shift we're doing, taking technologies and exams that are typically reserved for skilled care providers to do, and allow you to do it yourself. And all the technologies we looked at, from the smartwatch, you're starting to see the commercial market starting to democratize, where you personally are able to start taking care of your own health. And the devices are getting easy enough, small enough, cheap enough to use to get there. And so space can be a driver for that continued evolution and innovation, so that we can keep those individuals safe and healthy in spaceflight, that then allows for those manufacturers of those devices to bring it to the consumer market on Earth so that you can use it in your own home, in your own lives, with your family and your loved ones. That's really how I feel what we're doing is a forcing function to increase accessibility to healthcare to everyone, not just for those that sort of, with those opportunities and privileges.
And Victor, I'm going to close this answer out with something more personal and tangible. This is an email that I received from a clinician scientist who's been funded by NASA for many years, and you're probably going to guess who it is. But I asked him, give me an example where the work that you've done for space actually impacts your clinical care for patients on Earth in a real way, tangible way. So this is an email he sent to me about 3 weeks ago in response to my question. One more personal story from yesterday. A 75-year-old woman came to see me because of severe orthostatic intolerance and large blood pressure swings after a radical neck dissection for treatment of cancer of the tongue, plus radiation therapy. She has a rare condition called baroreflex failure, which I know about and know how to treat because of the work that we have done for NASA on baroreflex function, orthostatic intolerance after spaceflight, and the collaboration that we established during the NeuroLab mission. She and her husband were in tears, just being seen by a physician who can help them. I have hundreds of such examples. So there you go. The work that was done for space actually impacts patient care on Earth in a tangible way and not just a fuzzy overall manner. And there are lots of stories like that. So I think with that, Victor, I'm going to close out this panel. Great questions. Keep putting them in the Q&A, and Jimmy and Emmanuel will answer them to the best of their abilities while I bring up my slides. Okay? So Ricky, if you can make me host, that would be great. Let's see. Share. Okay. I am hoping that you see my slides. Somebody tell me yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. With that, I will go ahead and kick
We're
us
actually
off.
seeing the presenter view right now.
Okay. Presenter view. So this. What am I doing?
Perfect.
Good? Okay. All right. So we're innovating for health and space. It is really my pleasure to tell you about something else that Trish is doing, which is really kind of more of our staple. The commercial spaceflight stuff, as you heard from Jimmy and Emmanuel, is kind of new and exciting and growing by leaps and bounds. But before we were doing commercial spaceflight, we were doing this, innovating for health and space. So our mission is nothing other than to relentlessly seek and support. And I've mentioned this before, any capability that will advance any human to explore space safely. And I've spoken previously about the work that NASA does and how we complement their efforts. We do the high risk, high reward things. And NASA's actually encouraged us to fail. In fact, they told us if you're not failing, you're not going out there and trying things that are really, really difficult. So our job is to fail more and more often. We are a consortium based at Baylor College of Medicine with MIT and Caltech, so we kind of cover all the coasts. And we have people embedded in those communities to make sure that we hear about the latest and greatest innovations. Okay, and the hazards of spaceflight, you know, I think that this has been discussed plenty during the last 3 days. I'm not going to belabor them too much. What I'm going to do here is connect the dots for you in terms of applications here on Earth. Radiation affects every system in the body. Figuring out how to mitigate the deleterious effects of radiation in space, which we really can't protect humans outside of low Earth orbit completely from the galactic cosmic rays, unless you're going deep, deep, deep underground, 17 feet of material between you and the space radiation. So on the surface of the moon, on the surface of Mars, we are going to be exposing humans to galactic cosmic rays. Distance from Earth presents challenges in terms of resupply, food, medical capabilities, evacuation, all of those things. Hostile enclosed environment. So now you can't have anything fail. When the toilet goes, that is a major emergency. Okay, so figuring out how to create a brand new artificial environment. from essentially engineering ingenuity. I mean, it is amazing. The gravity fields, yes, we've figured out bones and muscles and hearts. We're exercising. We know more about nutritional capabilities to deal with that, but we still have the problem of the spaceflight associated neuroocular syndrome, which is a function of the reduced gravity in space. It's the fluid shifts to the head. We have not yet figured out how to mitigate for that. We have some ideas around it. And the isolation, many of us experienced that over the last couple of years. Talk about, affecting your behavior health, being far away from your family and friends and having those social interactions. Right now, the ISS astronauts look down, they see the beautiful Earth, they can come back to Earth if they need to, they can pick up the phone, and with no time delay, they can speak to their loved ones. On a mission to Mars, that is not going to be possible. There's not going to be a view, and there's going to be time delay. So the connection to people that you love and feeling productive and healthy in a confined environment for a long period of time is still a challenge, and the agency is asking us and is solving that itself. So now I'm going to connect the dots for you. Somebody asked in the chat, and I think Victor asked me a question as well. What are the applications for Earth? Well, there are many, but in terms of radiation, cancer patients are exposed to ionizing radiation. It's not the same as space radiation, but some of it is similar. Protons, for example, are very similar to what we experience in space. And oftentimes you have the bystander effect, or the effects on the tissues that are not cancerous, that are damaged by the radiation exposure. So if we can protect those healthy tissues, the things that we're learning about how to mitigate radiation effects in spaceflight actually have a lot of impact for cancer patients here on Earth. And also just in terms of overall resilience from the damage from the environment. If we can kick up your repair mechanisms, if you're drinking a mutagen, well, we might be able to protect you from developing some really bad condition as a result of that mutagen, simply by figuring out how to make humans more resilient in the spaceflight environment. The distance from Earth, the new medical models, and Jimmy and Emmanuel did a great job talking about that. What we're capable of doing in space actually is the forcing function, as my friend Jen talks about, Jen Fogerty, is a forcing function to force us to develop new medical models here on Earth. And I know that Kathy Leaders mentioned the fact that telemedicine has been done by NASA for the last couple of decades. Before more recently, the pandemic actually made us absorb this all of a sudden, and now the entire medical community is doing telemedicine. NASA's been doing it for a really long time. The hostile enclosed environment, it teaches us how to recycle all the precious resources here on Earth. And so the applications are so many from the work that we do. The gravity fields, the bone and heart health, the things that we're learning about. You just heard an example that I gave you from a cardiologist who was studying how to keep the humans healthy after they come back from spaceflight. He's applying that to patients that he sees in his own clinic. And then the isolation, the mental health. All of us have stressors, and how astronauts deal with that, are trained to deal with that, is really impactful. And I know that several astronauts made it a point of sharing their lessons learned with the community during the pandemic. One thing I took away is having meaningful work. Being focused on something that was important and not just on yourself, was really important to help me get through the pandemic and the isolation. Okay, so the next slide. There's not going to be a quiz. There's a lot of things on this slide. I use this to basically show that every single human system is affected in spaceflight. It is a major stressor to the human body. But as you heard from Jen Fogerty and others, we're incredibly adaptable. And in fact, people who have what's called challenges, or perhaps they have a prosthetic, or they have other types of adaptability issues, adapt in new ways into an environment like this. So we are all adapting to our environment all the time. And as Jen already talked about, some things are a good thing, and perhaps some things may be maladaptive. But that's okay, because as we study them, we understand the human body a little bit better to improve our ability to care for people here on Earth who are adapting with an environmental challenge, whether it be just simple aging or a massive nuclear disaster, God forbid. So the mission parameters, as I mentioned before when we had the Q&A, really decide the types of risks that we need to focus on. So what we're worried about today on ISS, not that many things, mostly around just the SANS condition, because we haven't mitigated for that. We haven't figured out whether that will cause a long-term sustainable pathological effect on the astronauts. So far, we don't think so, but we're still keeping an eye on that. But as we move out to the lunar vicinity, now we're starting to increase the risks of space radiation effects. Lunar dust is toxic. Sensory motor adaptation become more of an issue. So you see how that changes from the ISS, the things that we're worried about today, mostly SANS. Moving out to Moon, now it becomes a different story. The risks there are very different. As we leave the lunar vicinity and we think about really deep space, long duration mission, 900 days plus, now the paradigm really changes. And those risks are very different than the risks that we would be addressing in the lunar vicinity. So everything that we do has to keep that in mind. So what we do is we take a complementary approach to the way NASA does things. NASA is an engineering organization. Absolutely, engineers think and speak. It's very helpful to have somebody like Jimmy on my team to help me understand how engineers think. They have a roadmap, and you can see it's lined up with red risks at the top and yellow risks in the middle and green risks at the bottom. We're trying to approach things in a way that hit multiple risks at one time. We're trying to find platform capabilities and answers to questions that will solve multiple risks. And that way, you know, there may not work, but if we do hit a winner, it will affect many things and make an impact. So that's the approach that we're taking. And so you can see that it requires very much an interdisciplinary and cross-cutting approach, where we're bringing in microbiome experts to work with cognitive experts, with cardiovascular folks who are working with inflammation folks, with radiation folks, et cetera, et cetera. So this just basically shows multidisciplinary. And our job really is to funnel in the ideas. And guess what? You all on this call are part of our funnel. You will bring us some wacky ideas. And some of them will be so wacky that we're going to go, yeah, no, we don't think so. But some of them may actually go, okay, this potentially could meet a need. And so we'll work with anybody that comes in with a new idea. And we try to do this a little more than just haphazard wait for people to bring us new ideas. We do some market analyses, we go to conferences, workshops, we read the literatures, we listen to our reviewers, we listen to our researchers who bring novel ideas in. All of that, we get together once a week on Monday at noon Central Time, and we discuss all of these ideas. And we also review what we're doing in our own pipeline and whether there's actually next steps that we need to take. And then we kind of funnel in, we see, okay, from everything that we're looking at, what actually applies to the mission that we are set to solve for. And right now it is lunar with a long-term vision for Mars. So both of those. And then we kind of bring everything in and we say, okay, is this a good time where we can make an investment? And the other thing that we look at is, if we make an investment, is this going to move the needle? Because if it's just a drop in the bucket and somebody else is going to do it, we're probably going to leave it up to them. Our budget is really small compared to what others can invest. So we have to make strategic investments and then really look at the potential impact for spaceflight. So that's how our process works. We have three main approaches to procurement. We look at the late stage things. We call those the translational projects. And so a lot of the stuff that you heard from Emmanuel and Jimmy on the previous presentation on commercial spaceflight, those are late stage things that are ready for prime time. They're ready to go to spaceflight. On the bottom, you see disruptive. Those are more kind of wacky ideas, things that perhaps may not pan out, but if they do, they have the potential of really being game changing. And those are a lot of fun. But you have to kind of balance your portfolio. You don't want to necessarily put all your eggs in one basket or the other. And then in the middle is what we call unconventional. What unconventional means is putting things together in a way that's not been done before. And I'll give you one example for that. Tissue chips, human organs on a chip. Sounds to you like it would be disruptive, but it's actually been around for at least a decade, maybe longer. The NIH has invested in the capability of taking human skin cells or blood cells and making them into pluripotent stem cells, which can now be differentiated in a highly complex engineered platform that makes three-dimensional mini organs from normal human tissues derived from specific individuals. And we've learned so much about how to treat these stem cells that we can make them perform like a liver, where they can actually degrade toxins, for example, which is one of the functions that the liver does. We can make these stem cells become like a human bone marrow that can make blood cells. We can make these stem cells become little mini hearts that beat. So we can do all these things, and that's been done for a while. An unconventional approach that Trish has taken is taking the investments that the NIH has made in these human mini chips and put them in a space radiation environment by the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory at Brookhaven National Lab. And now we've unconventionally put together two fields to study what would happen to human organs, miniature organs in a space radiation environment. Oh, and by the way, we can personalize it to you, and we can test different countermeasures. We could test protectants, either before treatment of the radiation or after treatment as mitigators after the fact. So that's an example of an unconventional type of project. So translational, here's the example of one where we have the butterfly ultrasound, which Jimmy and Emmanuel already talked about. And so this is the handheld ultrasound, and it has 21 preset quick startups for whole body scans. So you can choose whatever scan you want to do, and you can be a non-expert user and really acquire really good exams, which is really amazing. And so one thing that was really interesting that was collected on Inspiration 4 actually was bladder volume. Why would you care about bladder volume? Well, for patients on Earth, there are those that actually cannot feel their bladder getting bigger, and those patients, when or getting filled with urine, those patients have to be catheterized, and that is actually a risk to them in terms of introducing potential pathogens and having infections. And so being able to do a bladder volume to figure out whether your bladder is full when you're not able to determine that is actually a major thing. So in spaceflight, believe it or not, urination is not as obvious as on Earth. You're not feeling the gravity forces on your bladder. So that was really kind of a good example of how something like this can be implemented. So I'm sorry, I forgot I actually put in slides for each one of these. I already talked to you about the unconventional approach, which is the organs on a chip. And here's the one example where we took cardiac tissue and started to look at from a normal human and put it in a space radiation environment and looked at markers to see how the cardiac tissue responded, not just markers histologically, but also the beating rate of these organ cultures and their ability to actually do electrophysiology, which a lot of your heart cells, your heart muscle cells do. So there's the example for unconventional. Disruptive, let me give you an example of the disruptive. The disruptive, this is an experiment, a project where we wanted to look at the capability of using microbes, normal microbes that would live in your gut. So this is your microbiome. I'm sure you all know that 99% of the cells on your body are not human, they are microbes, and so we live with these organisms, and they actually help us digest foods and break down pharmaceuticals. We can also use them to make pharmaceuticals. So one of the problems that we have on long duration spaceflight is the fact that we're going to have to send drugs. We're going to have to send an entire Walgreens worth with these people on the way to Mars. We don't have the footprint of an entire Walgreens, and a lot of the pharmaceuticals are not going to have the shelf life that we need, may even be sensitive to the effects of radiation. So having pharmaceuticals on demand is actually really critical. So one really disruptive idea came out of MIT and this group, Bob Langer's group, where they're going to use microbes that can make pharmaceuticals on demand. They can induce the microbes to make pharmaceuticals on demand. They would be put onto this pill that you swallow, and it opens up in the gut. And I know it looks kind of scary there because it looks like it's got little spokes sticking out, but this thing will actually slowly release over time the pharmaceutical, the drug that the bacteria are making. So this is incredible. This is an incredible opportunity to actually have the bacteria generate in a longitudinal manner the drugs that you need on demand. So this is being developed really right now for lots of other applications, including psychiatric medications, particularly for patients who have a hard time adhering to taking their medications. And so we took a capability that was being developed for Earth and are now applying it in a brand new way with a spaceflight need that actually can now be used back on Earth for pharmaceuticals on demand using E. coli or other types of microbes. So another example of what we've been doing recently in terms of disruptive work, it came out of a workshop that Dr. Urqueta actually put together. He said, you know, in medicine, we often cool things down. We cool the patients down. We reduce metabolism in order to protect them from all kinds of damage due to a medical event that has occurred. So we see this in heart surgery. We see this in brain trauma. And so let's look at suspended animation. I mean, this is really sort of I'm just checking the time, making sure that we're able to apply best practices in the medical world for NASA's needs. And so the suspended animation and putting people into hibernation is the stuff of sci-fi. But let's see if there's any science in there that can actually be used and implemented by the program to reduce resource utilization and tissue damage due to radiation. So if you cool things down a little bit, can we prevent some of the tissue damage due to radiation or other stressors from the microgravity environment? And perhaps these individuals will eat less, utilize less oxygen and expire less CO2, which we'll have to scrub from the closed environment. And maybe even if they have a reduced metabolism, their brain activity will decrease a little bit. And we may want to do that on a rotating basis. How we implement this still hasn't yet been worked out, but let's take a look at this possibility. So Dr. Urqueta organized highly successful workshops. The Science of Suspended Animation had brought in amazing researchers from all over the world, and all of the videos are on our website. It's archived, so go listen. There's some amazing talks. But this kind of gave rise to our solicitation, which we just selected projects from. So here are the really exciting projects that we selected. And I have to say, this is probably my favorite solicitation ever. So one group suggested looking at cold sleep. So putting people into a slightly lower temperature and even decreasing your body temperature by another degree or so. You would be amazed when you think about a 900-day trip in a closed environment, how much even a 1 degree change or a 2 degree change in body temperature can really affect the resources that are needed for that individual. So the engineers can do the math, but the idea is that can we actually put people into a cold sleep? So these individuals, I believe, are going to sleep for, I want to say 20 hours or something like that. And I have several scientific advisory board members who have volunteered. They just want to sleep away through the rest of the pandemic. The other is a really exciting project out of UCSF. And this is about isochoric supercooling, which I had to have Dr. Urqueta explain that to me. What that is rather than decreasing the temperature, it is increasing the volume in which the human liver exists. And so increasing the volume is a way of cooling without actually decreasing temperature. Now, we're not saying that we're going to put whole individuals into this type of capabilities, but we're going to learn a lot about how tissues adapt to a change in volume, for example, which, remember, in spaceflight, we already have changes in overall volumes. There's a decrease in volume in spaceflight. So if we actually fluid load in spaceflight, will that actually decrease metabolism? I think it's a really interesting hypothesis, just knowing about what these folks are going to do. At the very least, they're going to improve capabilities for preserving organs for transplant, and perhaps we may need that someday in space. The third project is a real interesting one. So it turns out that red squirrels, as opposed to black squirrels or brown squirrels, I didn't know the differences in squirrels, they hibernate. And so Alison Hindle's group at University of Nevada is actually looking at some of the genes that allow red squirrels to hibernate and start to look for homologs in humans, because what's really interesting is the last project, which is Christopher Parada had collaborated with a group in Italy who have recently identified an early homonym, an early predecessor to humans that used to hibernate during the time when we had no electricity and no ability to overcome the elements, if you will, during the winter time. And they are looking at possible fossilized remains to see what genes were there and may have been responsible for those early pre-human individuals to hibernate safely. And so they're going to take the lessons learned from that, which I actually like to call it the human Jurassic Park, recreating some of those gene changes in human organoid systems. And so I find that incredibly groundbreaking, and I'm real excited that we were able to bring that to the table. So there are lots of applications. I already mentioned of reducing metabolism here on Earth and medical hypothermia, but some of you may remember the awful incident where the Chilean miners were stuck underground for, I believe it was 2 to 3 months. And I know that NASA itself was actually very much involved in supporting some of the work, figuring out how to keep these humans healthy and safe in an enclosed space where there was no new oxygen being brought in. 30 individuals or something of that sort, CO2 levels coming up, keeping them from going absolutely bonkers underground, and really maintaining their health underground. And so there are lots of applications in reducing metabolism and also keeping people healthy and sane in a closed environment. What's next for Trish? We really are excited by what Dr. Fogerty was talking about, which it is about personalization and making sure that one countermeasure will work for each individual appropriately. The cross-cutting approaches, looking for things like a metabolism approach where we can address the issues of not just resource utilization, but also being able to mitigate the bad responses to radiation, et cetera. And then one thing that I like to think about, and we're always challenging ourselves, these are just the risks that we know about or can think about. How do we prepare for the unknown unknowns? And so being able to provide space flyers, people who are going to space, with a toolkit, with a capability of making stuff as they need. It goes beyond 3D printing. It goes beyond that to give them the tools to make DNA, the tools to make novel organisms. And this is the domain of synthetic biology. And that's kind of what we're going to next, is really using synthetic biology to develop a toolkit for those explorers. So one of the other ways that we're thinking about is the unknown unknowns in terms of the medical simulations. Can we actually set up a paradigm where doctors and astronauts and engineers and artists, everybody can play together in this Mars mission medical simulator and develop scenarios that we can actually problem solve in a real simulated environment with all the appropriate science behind it and engineering. And we've invested a little bit in this area project from a company called Level X. And if you want to hear more about it, contact Jimmy and Emmanuel. And so being able to simulate this is not unlike what you see in games today. The gaming industry is all about simulation, but let's bring the real mission architecture to the table and problem solve there. And then what's been on my mind lately really kind of harks back to what Yorn Ritwigger talked about. And I don't know about you, but if you know Yorn, he's definitely got anti-aging figured out. He talked about aging, but he is definitely got the secret, because I don't think he's aged a day over the last 3 years since I've seen him. But what's interesting to me is, even though space looks like an accelerated aging, is it really accelerating aging, and what can we learn about the spaceflight environment that would actually help us to age more gracefully on Earth? We all have to age, obviously. The alternative is not a positive one. But as we age, can we keep the human healthy just like we do in spaceflight? And these are some of the hallmarks of aging. Which aspects are replicated in spaceflight? This is a really nice review. These are some of the things that go on. And you'll be seeing some interesting things coming out of Trish looking at some of these issues. And with that, I want to just show you this picture. This was taken off the surface of Mars. This is a real photo from the Mars rover. And that dot right there at about, let's see, that would be 11 o'clock or 10:30, that's Earth. And I stole this idea from Jimmy because Jimmy made this amazing presentation. He says, look, when you're on the Mars surface, everything and everyone that you love and know in all of history is on that little dot. And it's really precious. And we're so thrilled that you're here with us today. And with that, I am going to stop and see if we have a couple minutes for questions. Victor, any questions for me? If not, we can see if Pam is ready.
I'm ready.
I'm sure
Are
Victor
you
has
ready?
a question. I'm sure Victor has a question too, but maybe having a mic issue. So,
Okay.
Perhaps you want to just proceed, Dorit?
Sure. All right. It sounds like Pam is ready. I'm so thrilled to introduce her. This is another badass lady, forgive my language. So Colonel from the Air Force, Pam Melroy, was sworn in as our NASA Deputy Administrator on June 21st. So we've only had her for a short time, but we are so excited because she is an incredible leader. So she actually oversees a lot of what the agency does, delegated by the administrator, and interfaces with Congress, with other nations, and the president, and heads of other space organizations throughout the world. Pam was commissioned through the Air Force, through the Reserves Officers Training Corps in 1983, and she was aircraft commander, instructor pilot, test pilot. She logged more than 6,000 hours in more than 50 different aircrafts. I didn't even know 50 different aircrafts existed before she retired from the Air Force in 2007. She is a veteran of Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm and Operation Just Cause, with more than 200 combat and combat support hours. And I have to stop for a second and say, if you all don't remember, Thursday is Veterans Day. And so let me just take a moment and thank Colonel Melroy for her service. And for all of you who have also served on the call today, thank you for your service. Colonel Melroy was selected as an astronaut candidate by NASA in 1994. She is one of only 2 women to command a space shuttle, and she logged more than 38 days. She served as pilot on 2 flights, STS-92 in 2000, STS-112 in 2002, and was the mission commander on STS-120 in 2007. All 3 of her missions were assembly missions to build the ISS, so we have her to thank for that beautiful structure up in space. After serving more than 2 decades in the Air Force and as NASA astronaut, Colonel Melroy took a lot of leadership positions in lots of different government organizations and companies, and most recently, she actually was an advisor to the Australian Space Agency, which has a brand new space agency, which is amazing. We're really excited about them joining in the efforts in international space collaboration. She was also program manager at DARPA and did some cool things there. And then was also a member of the National Space Council's user advisory group. She has a bachelor's in physics and astronomy from Wellesley and a master's degree in earth and planetary science from MIT. Colonel Melroy, please, let's kick this off. Thank you. You're on mute. You're on mute. Ricky, unmute her, please.
Yes, nope, I'm unmuted. Thank you. I've got some interface things. Are you seeing my charts?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right, good. I feel much better. Okay, good, good. Oh, well, I am so incredibly pleased to be here. And I'm gonna just jump right in. I'm gonna give a little bit of background. So thank you for that lovely introduction. I am very excited to be here. I hope that you will get a sense of why I think spaceflight is for everyone, and why astronauts are motivated to go to space, and now in the position of deputy administrator, why this is so important to me. So without that, I will start with the fact that I was fascinated by everything in the sky when I was a child. I was incredibly inspired when I saw astronauts walk on the moon. And so I decided at an early age that I wanted to be there. And so I knew that all the Apollo astronauts, or most of them, were military jet test pilots. So I decided that's what I was going to do. But I also studied physics and astronomy, particularly planetary science and the formation of the solar system and the galaxy. Now, I was fortunate enough to go to test pilot school and then eventually get selected as a space shuttle astronaut. Now, the space shuttle was an extraordinary vehicle, absolutely incredible. It was very flexible through its life. We started looking at the space shuttle as a place to do basically two fundamental missions: to deploy and service satellites like the Hubble Space Telescope, but also to do science in microgravity. And I'm sure that all of you understand very well what kind of unusual and unique insights that we can get from doing science in microgravity. I can tell you, when your own body is a part of the experiment, when the food that you eat, or you see my friend Koichi Wakata from Japan demonstrating fluids in space, and in the microgravity environment, the strongest force acting on them is surface tension. And so those are things that you see around you every day, and the wonder and awe that you feel in this environment where everything is different. It really gives you the perspective that there's almost no experiment that can't be done in space and with new insights because of the microgravity environment. One challenge, though, that we had on the space shuttle is that we flew it about 6 or 7 times a year for about 10 days to 2 weeks at a time. And we were intrigued enough by the science that we were finding out during shuttle that we decided that it was important to build a space station. And that's when I started my career at NASA. My first flight to the International Space Station, this is the way the space station looked as we approached it. There was not even a crew living on board yet. There were 3 elements, 2 Russian elements and a US element. And our job was to add 2 elements to it. One was sort of a utility switching box that would enable connectivity for cooling and electricity. And the other thing we did is we added a side door, because the last thing you want to have happen when you launch a space shuttle to get up to the station is find out that there's a little bit of a problem somewhere and you can't get in the front door. So you always want to have a side door. Very shortly after my first flight, the first solar array was delivered and the first crew arrived to live aboard the International Space Station. And that was sort of the very beginning of being able to do science in space. My second flight was a couple of years later, and you can see in just 2 years how many new elements had been added to the International Space Station. My crew went up to add the first starboard element of the truss. So the truss is a segment that has 2 purposes. One, ultimately, it was designed to hold the structure of the solar arrays, obviously critically important because humans and their science need a lot of electricity. So that structural purpose was very important. But you can see there was another purpose. There's a radiator deployed there. There's 3 radiators. You can deploy all 3 if you want to. The thing is that all those electronics and the things that are needed to keep humans alive also generate a lot of heat. And so you have to have an efficient way of radiating that heat out to space. On my third mission, the station already was looking significantly different. We had 2 elements also to take care of on this mission. One was to deliver Node 2, which is the hub, sort of like the hub of a Tinker Toy set, that links all the labs, the US lab, the European lab, and the Japanese lab. In addition to that, that very first solar array that I showed in an earlier picture that was delivered at the beginning of the station back in November of 2000 needed to be relocated once that truss was completely built. So in addition to adding Node 2, the crew before us folded up that solar array, and our job was to put it out at the very end of the truss and unfurl it. One of the most remarkable things that happened on this mission is that Peggy Whitson was the first woman to command the International Space Station. And as we were talking in the year or so leading up to the flight, there were some changes in the manifest for station and changes in our schedule. And suddenly we realized that for the first and still to date the only time, 2 women were going to be in space commanding spacecraft at the same time. So nobody planned it. It just happened that way. But it tells you a lot about where we've gotten into our program that such a thing could happen. Well, our mission actually went really well for the whole first half of it, I would say. We even launched on time, which is something that had never happened to me in my preceding 2 flights. So we had a bunch of spacewalks. We docked to the station. We attached Node 2 successfully. We detached the solar array, moved it out into its position, and things were going pretty well at the end of our 3rd spacewalk. And then Peggy and I got around to unfurling that solar array. And I'll show you what happened next. Get this to play. Here we go. So the first half of the solar array was plagued by some of this bright sunlight. So we kept having to stop. But at one point when we stopped, we looked at it and we realized that the solar array had gotten torn. Now, we weren't really sure what happened, but we had to figure out a way to fix it because the solar array wasn't fully deployed and it was fully electrified. And so it was a very dangerous thing to send a spacewalker out there. But we had no choice because if we didn't repair the solar array, we were going to have to jettison it. And that would have meant that the end of science, I think, on the space station and perhaps even the end of the station itself. We had to be very careful with our spacewalkers. We wrapped all metal parts of their suit in Kapton tape, which is electrical protection, because what we didn't want is if our spacewalker went out there to repair it, we didn't want him to touch the solar array or it would fry the electronics in his suit. So we were trying to take no chances. We kludged together the shuttle and the station robotic arm to send an astronaut further away than we have ever sent, either before or since, from the airlock. Again, this was calculated risk. The safety of the space station and the future of the station hung in balance. So our spacewalker went out on a kludge of the 2 robotic systems. And you can sort of see the solar array was sort of, partly deployed and a little floppy. So he had some stitches that he was putting in it to give it structural integrity. And as he put each of the stitches in, the first time he went to do it, he got it through the hole and he gave it a little bit of a tug. But unfortunately, what happened next was that a ripple went down to the bottom of the solar array. And then it started to wobble closer and closer to him. So we had to stop and take a break. And then very, very carefully, he put the rest of the stitches in to provide that structural integrity to the solar array. Once he had completed that, we pulled him away. You can see him he had 5 stitches to put into the system. And this was all a spacewalk that we couldn't plan on the ground and nobody ever imagined that we would have to do. But once he got those 5 stitches in, we pulled him back away from it and then very, very gingerly and carefully opened up that solar array. Now, the exciting thing was when it came to full deployment, of course, we had to be very careful about the size of the stitches to make sure they weren't too tight or too floppy. And when we finally hit full extension and we realized that the space station solar array was in a safe configuration, that was an absolutely amazing moment. So the solar array is still in place with stitches and it's providing 99% of its design power. So even though it was a kludge, we carried on with it and it is still that way on the station today. And in rapid fire, we completed several activities, added the Columbus European lab, the Japanese lab, and the final solar array was installed in March 2009. We had a few more experiments and a couple of incredibly important science things, and then we completed the building of the space station. One of the amazing things about this whole experience is that we did this with our international partners around the world. I can only tell you, we had so many challenges, not just what happened to us on our mission, but so many things happened while we were trying to construct the station. But it was an extraordinary effort that pulled together countries around the world in what I think is the greatest engineering feat of modern times. And we did it together. Now, you might think that makes it harder, but we actually think that it made the whole program better. And now, of course, we are running experiments every day. We're doing a huge amount of work on the space station. Experiments from over 100 countries have flown on the space station. We're getting fascinating insights into how water bubbles and flows in microgravity instead of on Earth. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner how very different flames are in space than they are on Earth. And an insight that we're learning from that is that there are ways of making very, very tiny flames that are so efficient, they use up all the fuel. Well, fuel efficiency always sounds nice, but actually it's more important than that. The more efficient you are in fuel, the fewer emissions that you have. So the idea that we could make combustion engines, which we rely so heavily on today and are trying to move off of, but still make up a very important part of everything we do on Earth, if we could make them more efficient, that would be amazing. We've also learned that in space we can grow crystals, and that's part of our protein crystal growth experiment. They're much higher quality than we can get on the ground. And those crystals are analyzed using X-ray crystallography to actually understand the mechanisms behind proteins. And that's what that means to you and me, is things that go wrong in our body are caused by proteins doing something they shouldn't. And so we can design drugs to actually affect just the area that needs to be affected to solve problems and cure illnesses that we have. And of course, always, always, always looking down at the Earth from space provides so many opportunities to see so many natural phenomena. And NASA makes all of the astronaut photos, and of course the ones from our other satellites as well, freely available around the world. Well, my days as an astronaut going to the space station are over, and now I have a different role, and it's exciting to be the deputy administrator when we have so much going on across our 5 mission directorates. Our exploration systems development is getting ready to launch the first Artemis 1 mission out to the moon. This will be the first time that we've sent a spacecraft to the moon since Apollo. Space Operations Directorate has the responsibility to continue to run the space station, but also to help develop commercial cargo and commercial crew. So it's commercial capability, and we hope that the learning that they'll get from that will also help us in the future. And I'll talk about that more in a moment. Our Science Mission Directorate continues to explore the solar system. Of course, we have the Mars Perseverance rover and its little companion, Ingenuity, the first aircraft to fly on another planet. Our Space Technology Mission Directorate is very focused on developing the technologies, not that we're using today, but the ones that we'll be using tomorrow, advanced propulsion and things like that. And our aeronautics research is focused on developing new X-planes and aircraft that will improve life here on Earth, both through more efficient, fuel efficient and climate and green aviation, but also just to push the boundaries faster and farther. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about commercial cargo, because really commercial cargo had a massive impact on the commercial space industry in the United States. It was an intuition by NASA that our commercial industry was capable, without oversight from NASA, to develop rockets and spacecraft that could deliver cargo to the space station with minimal oversight from NASA. Well, what happened then was we had a regular train of rides going into space that lots of people could take advantage of. And all of a sudden you began to see a renaissance from the low-cost access to space all the way to experiments that had sat on the ground waiting to go to space. We're now able to go to the space station or hitch a ride with our partners. The amazing thing about that was it was so successful, we started to ask ourselves, could we do this with commercial crew? Because we saw that many private sector companies are working on developing the capability, either suborbital or orbital, to send astronauts into space. And of course, we all saw the amazing SpaceX demonstration of their Crew Dragon last year. And in fact, we're getting ready to launch the third crew to the International Space Station tonight using commercial crew. So I talked about, well, what could happen next? Well, this renaissance in commercial space, and in just a decade, developing the ability to take cargo to the space station and to take humans into low Earth orbit, we feel pretty confident that when the space station hits its end of design life, which we hope to extend to 2030, but by then, we think some of our partners are telling us they're going to be ready to have a commercial space station, because microgravity research is incredibly important. We're just actually entering the second decadal survey for the biological and physical sciences in microgravity. We know we have decades worth of science to study microgravity for how to improve life here on Earth. And if our commercial partners are doing it, then we have the potential to save money and do something that NASA does best, which is to go out into the solar system. Now, our Artemis program is aimed at landing the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. We are doing this because we are preparing ourselves for a much more difficult destination on Mars. The Artemis program, as I mentioned earlier, will kick off in February with an uncrewed test of our rocket and the only spacecraft capable of protecting and bringing crew home from deep space since Apollo. So we'll do an uncrewed test flight, and we will follow on with a crewed test flight around the moon in 2024. At the same time, we'll be building a logistics cache and a waypoint to the rest of the solar system in orbit around the moon called Gateway. And eventually, we just kicked off work with our partner for the human lander system to begin to take crew members back down to the surface of the moon. Now, we are not just going just to say that we planted a flag there again, because you know what? We did that in the 60s with Apollo. It was amazing. But we have much more advanced technology. And I think we also have much more advanced objectives. We're really focused on learning the things that we need to learn to push out into the solar system and send humans to Mars, where we hope we may be able to find the first signs of life in the solar system. And it means we have a lot of work to do. We have to have rovers, we have to have habitats, we have to have science tools and the capability to understand how to do science on the surface of a planet. Today, we do that with rovers like Perseverance. Tomorrow, we have to understand how much more science we can do when we finally have people in place. Of course, I have to say that although all of the things I've talked about are very important, we're also very focused on the administration's priorities. NASA is the eyes in the sky for climate. Our satellites, in conjunction with our partners, provide 80% of the data to understand what's going on in the climate around the world, and we plan to make that number higher. We're also really focused on making sure that we have equity, that everyone has a chance to go to space, that everyone has a chance to benefit from the work that NASA is doing. We also want to continue to grow our commercial space industry, which is terrific jobs, but also provides us leadership around the world. And again, the economy, those jobs are very important, and we want to extend those and grow our space industry. I'd just like to finish by saying that we go to space to benefit life here on Earth. One of the unique aspects of flying in space is the ability to see our planet. You see the clouds, you see waters rushing from rivers out into oceans, you see mountains, you see thunderstorms, and you see the changes that are happening. Now, the way we view it is that this is our spaceship, and humanity is the crew of Spaceship Earth. And just like my crew had to work to save the space station, we have to work together as a crew to save the Earth. It's really important. When you go to space, you realize what happens over one country is absolutely affecting another country. You can't pretend that just what you're doing here at home in your neighborhood or your state or your country is enough. In fact, we've got to work together to protect the Earth. Well, I will stop sharing for a moment. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Stop sharing. Right.
I think you're good, Colonel Melroy. Does this bring you to the end of your conversation or your presentation?
It does. Yes, it does bring me to the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much. Super inspiring. Victor, do we have specific questions for Colonel Melroy? If not, I have a couple myself.
Oh, we actually do. And Colonel Melroy, you anticipated several of the questions that were asked. So obviously I won't ask those again. But one of the things you highlighted was the human effort and ingenuity that turned spaceflight problems into successes. Could you talk a little bit more about the importance of human-centered spaceflight exploration?
Yes, actually, people do ask me a lot about, how do you know when to use a robot and how do you know when to use a human? I think we've learned a lot here on Earth on this very subject. What's interesting is that robots are very good at putting into dangerous places we don't know very much about. They can do preparatory work. And I see Perseverance, for example, and our other rovers and spacecraft around Mars as exactly that. They're preparatory work to help us understand. It would be really, really tough if you were a Martian and you wanted to explore Earth to try to figure out where to send humans to. It's such a complex place. I mean, think about it. Would you send them to the ocean? Would you send them to Antarctica? Would you send them to the Grand Canyon or the Alps? And you have to do some studying and really figure out where you're going to get the most science. And one of the reasons why Perseverance is at the Jezero crater right now is that we think it's the most likely place to find signs of life on Mars. And we're going to take some samples and return them back with our international partners in the early 2030s. And we think that will be very informative, telling us where we should send people. Just remember that although we do have machine learning today, it's really good at optimizing around a single question. Something that only humans can do is to optimize across multiple questions at once. And so when you have the basic information, but you really need to get the huge insights, the amount of productivity that you can get when you have a human, it's just orders of magnitude. So we are doing our robotic work, and I think we will always have robots and machine learning as a part of tools in our toolkit to make the human more effective, to focus only on those unique insights that come from the human mind. But I think, we're going to find that when we are able to send humans out to do science, we are going to be extraordinarily productive.
Thank you very much. Another question is more of a personal question. Since you have accomplished an awful lot in your career, have you been mentored by individuals across the different jobs that you've had? And could you speak a little bit more about that if you have been?
Yes, thank you. Of course, I think it's hard to navigate any career without the really fantastic advice that comes from mentors. So yes, I absolutely did have mentors. They were generally supervisors who took an interest and gave me excellent advice. There were very few formal opportunities when I was early career in the Air Force. And so I, learned to develop both a support system of friends and family, but also sought out the advice of people that I really respected and admired. I think we are in a hugely better place now with formal mentoring programs. And in fact, I have been engaged in many of them, especially because there were really no women when I was going through my early career who took the path that I was trying to blaze. And so, having the ability to share some of those insights and to give the best advice that I can give. And that's what mentors are for. They're not supposed to tell you what to do in your career. They just give you advice and things to think about. I think we're in a much better place. I think mentorship is incredibly important.
Thank you very much. There are many other questions, but because of your time, we're going to probably stop the questions now. So thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And I wish I could join you for the whole day. So I know that you have some fantastic speakers, and I really enjoyed sharing some time with you today.
Thank you, Colonel Melroy. You've certainly blazed a trail for the rest of us to follow.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, everybody, thanks for sticking with us. I'm really impressed. You all are diehards. I love it. I hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's session. It's been my absolute honor and pleasure, and I'm now going to turn it back to Dr. Allen and Dr. Siegel to close us up.
Dr. Siegel, go ahead.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Oh.
There you go. You're good.
I'm in awe of today's session. I am so inspired. I wish I could start my career over and do more things. I just want to say, thanks everyone for all of the participants that stayed with us, for the wonderful speakers. But I kind of just wanted to give a little insight about how this meeting started. We were originally going to update the work we had done on sex and gender. And like you saw, I showed that we had a very big steering committee, and everyone kept saying, well, it's no longer really just sex and gender. The changes are more individual. And now you heard about the individualized, personalized medicine and precision medicine. And everything just kept going on from there that created this incredible program that I think is a first that NASA has ever done. And I've just been blown away by the presentations, by the information, and to see the progress we have made. And I thank everyone. It's been truly informative and wonderful. And I will tell you all that it is being recorded, that if you wanted to go back and hear some of the talks, we will have it on our website so that you can do that. We have minutes that we're taking, and we do intend to publish a paper. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. John Allen.
Thanks, Dr. Siegel. Not surprisingly, you anticipated some of the things that I wanted to say. And Betty's very modest in many respects, but not the least of which is that what initiated this to begin with was as we said back on day one, were the studies that were done back there from 2010 to 2014. And those would not have gotten off the ground, would not have been initiated had it not been for the work of Dr. Siegel and Dr. Searle and Mark. And those are really the seeds of inspiration for having this symposium. As we suggested from the beginning, and Dr. Siegel mentioned here, this sort of blossomed and bloomed. The short story of that is, as we started, the steering committee looked to be large, because as we would talk with one person, they would get really excited about what we could potentially include in this. And that led to, then you need to contact this person and this person. And so with each person, there was another set of insights and thoughts. It's been really impressive to watch how what we looked as was the story of chapter one was the first day of looking back retrospectively, but also then pointing away toward the future. Today, too, looking at how changes were influenced in the overall structure of NASA, and quite frankly, human spaceflight, as far as the diversity and inclusion of its participants. And then today with Dr. Dorit Denovel's leadership of this more futuristic looking aspect of what we're doing. So it was really great to see how that story has come together. Dr. Siegel has enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. We hope you've enjoyed it. One other person that I said that, I mentioned yesterday that's been sort of in the background and managing the questions, and I'm going to press him to turn his camera on, because when we have meetings, he always turns his camera on. So Dr. Schneider, if you would, he does actually exist. He's not the, the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain.
Come on, Victor. Come on.
Come on.
Well, I just want to join everyone else in saying what a wonderful symposium this had been. And the speakers from astronauts to administrators to worker bees all gave excellent presentations, and I learned a lot as well, and I didn't think I was going to learn very much. So thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to add on to that. We're certainly thanking the speakers for just some excellent presentations. I've already mentioned the steering committee, and you've seen their names before. Ricky, who's been in the background, again, sort of managing all of our technology aspects here, has been phenomenal in his flexibility. We keep throwing in these last minute, oh, could you change this? And actually, Ricky, could you bring up that slide I was mentioning? See, last minute request. Our public affairs and communications folks have been phenomenal, and as far as their guidance is concerned. And I can't go without mentioning our interpreters, once again, our sign language interpreters, just to let them know that their compliment comes quite high. I have colleagues who work at Gallaudet University, and I invited them to participate, and I've had feedback from those individuals complimenting our interpreters at being able to handle not only the rapidity with which we speak, but the technical terminology that we use, and being able to adjust really well. So thank you for your abilities today. And lastly, and we can't go without saying, as we've mentioned before, is we thank you, the participants. We know that there's an incredible audience out there of very experienced researchers, very experienced engineers, people who may be novice to all of this, but we appreciate the fact that you all were there. So as Betty had mentioned, the recordings of each of the sessions you see on the page today, you can go to that link, and you can download and take a look at the YouTube videos, or just you can Google NASA YouTube and probably find it that way. And then lastly, we've mentioned over and over and over again the Human Research Program. Well, the Human Research Program has an investigators workshop. This year, once again, unfortunately, it will be virtual, but it was done virtually before and done masterfully well. If the link is there, please take a look at that, register, and join to learn more about this very exciting area of human spaceflight and the research that is conducted. That's all I have. Dr. Siegel, Dr. Schneider, anything else? Dorit, anything else?
Just to thank all the people that put the presentations together. As Dorit said, it's not just scientists and engineers, but it's the artists, it's the photographers, it's all the people that contributed, and they all helped us very much. Thank you.
Which is exactly the way we're going to explore space, with all the people. So everybody gets to explore one way or the other. Thank you so much, and we will see you later, hopefully, maybe at the Investigators Workshop. Take care, and have a good rest of your day, whatever time that is.
Right. Thank you again. Bye.